Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome back to another episode of the Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. Greetings to you as well, Mr. Jason. Good to see you. Hopefully, you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Before we truly begin, I'd like to take a moment and just thank all of our wonderful contributors. We can also play the camera mini game while this is happening. Let me just do a quick check and make sure all these panels have been updated properly. Yeah, it looks like I have. Good, okay. If you guys want your names on these placards, you can the way you get your name on these placards is by chucking coins at me, whether that be in the form of any continuous membership package, such as a Twitch subscription, or a Coffee or Patreon membership, or a one-time donation through Coffee or other platforms for $2 or more, is enough to get your name on these placards. While I do not have any Patreon members or one-off contributors, I would like to, thank people for having done that in the past. Much appreciated. In this month's cycle, I like to take the opportunity to thank all of the wonderful people that continue to have subscriptions during this time or continue to donate during this time. Thank you to Just Me Carly 917 for their Prime Gaming membership. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with that subscription package, including an extra vote on vote items, as well as some awesome emotes available at that tier, etc., etc. Please do enjoy that benefits package. And I would also like to take the opportunity to continue to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continuing Valkyrie tier membership over at Coffee. Please enjoy all the wonderful benefits that come along with such a membership package. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to catch back up on chat and also check YouTube. Streamer.bot should be up and running, so we'll know in a few minutes whether or not. Also, I definitely did not mean to increment that counter. Like I was saying earlier, let's catch up on chat. Welcome on in, Rasby. Good to see you, good sir. I am struggling to think of the correct catchphrase. Let me put it this way. I hope nothing unfortunate has happened to you. I hope that life is uneventful, relatively uneventful, or that life is currently not giving you more than you can handle. Maybe let's try that phrasing for a little while. That said, I do hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. Mr. Rasby says, seems pretty politically correct. I'm trying to bear what you said in mind, and I'm trying to put that into practice. If you if you're not willing to assess yourself, well, you know. Test passed. Did I actually pass? Or I feel like I failed somewhere. Also, that should totally be an emote. Cap app? Like a kappa with a beard? That needs to be a thing. Someone's got to make that happen. That said, let me make sure I've continued to catch up on chat. Mr. Jason says you have a story for me today. Oh, do tell, do tell. You're always doing well. You're friends with Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. While you're telling your story and Rasby decides to talk if he wants to, I'm going to do a little bit of a recap as to what happened last time on the Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. We worked toward the Secrets of the Eighth, and we found a We found the Gerudo Sanctuary, which we have not found the bubble frog in, for some strange reason. We'll probably go back and clean that up today, because we're going to be working on the rest of the caves in this area. I'll go ahead and change this particular pin. Then we basically spelunked for the last hour. It took us quite a bit to get to the Gerudo Sanctuary. There were a lot of things we had to go and find. Other than that, nothing much really. Today's goal is to enter the East Gerudo Ruins. We already saw there was a sand pit here earlier. We want to see what's in that sand pit, among other things. But if we can get to all of the rest of the sand pits and the caves, that'll be good. Also, if we have time to go back and check things out, I'm pretty sure Tobio's Hollow has a chasm in it that we have not begun to like even see yet. So we'll do a lot of stuff today. And if we can clear up some quests in the meantime, that's nice. Mr. Jason says, Story, you just found a brand new streamer who was playing Animal Crossing New Horizons. Nice. They were adding everyone in the chat as a moderator. That's a yikes. Perhaps. And Mr. Jason did a complete 360. You actually said, I have a little problem with modding on Twitch. The Twitch moderator page says that you mod for 99 channels. You unmodded from 13 inactive channels to drop the amount down. No, still 99. So, Mr. Jason did a bit of a measuring stick game again. Yeah, you do the stick measuring contest. I mean, it's true. It's true. That is absolutely true. Mr. Rasby says, acknowledgement of you being here. Hi, hello, you're here. Yes. Acknowledgement that you live. Just live. Yes. Not a good or a bad life, but an undescribed life. Mr. Rasby says, it feels off for me to wish to not have bad or unfortunate events. On one hand, it's seen as a nice thing, and it's less suffering. On another, I might have suffered more down the line for not the events you went through. Right. I'm still having to work out the kinks in my phrasing because you do not describe your life or do not wish to describe your life in a manner that is consistent with most other people. That's fine. That's the philosophy that you've touted. I want to respect that. But I'm probably going to stumble over it a few times until I find the right phrasing to ask what I think I need to ask. As part of, breaking the ice with you and engaging in conversation. That's usually how people break ice, is ask how you're doing. Since I can't do that, and again, that's totally fine. I do not want my comments to come across as, oh, I gotta pry at you until you say the thing. No, I want to respect that, but I'm gonna trip over my own feet until I do. Mr. Resby says you appreciate the trying. I appreciate the recognition of that. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you're pleased. You finally worked out a budget that you're happy with. Nice, nice. Depending on if you want pre-orders, you either have 60 pounds spare or 130 pounds spare. Nice, nice. Yeah, that'll be good. Spare money is nice. I wish I had that. Mr. Resby says, as long as you don't outright pretty evidently ignore you repeatedly and notice when you arrive, that's all you need. I'll bear that in mind, good sir. Now, presuming that everything works as is expected on streamer.bot's end, if you guys want to follow along as we mark all of the caves in this region to check out absolutely all of them, Do feel free to type in exclamation mark TOTK MAP if you are on Twitch. And if you're on YouTube, you should be able to type asterisk TOTK MAP. In fact, let me demonstrate that now, just to make sure the commands are working properly. One bit of bookkeeping. Oh, okay. Give me 1 second, guys. Speaking of bookkeeping, I need to go and get a chair that was delivered to me. I am going to play a small advertisement while this is happening, and I will be right back. Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. I went out to get a chair. I will show everyone the chair. It's nice and cushy. It is, in fact, a chair, yes. Sorry about that. Let's fix my setup. Let me go and catch up on chat again, because I feel like I have seen someone. Mr. Coin, don't delete your SBRB message. You want to show me something that you can do now? Sure. Alan types a bunch of letters followed by dogs are a bee to watch. Wash. Speaking of watching my mouth, I guess. Welcome on in, Alan. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're just about to mark up some caves to go spelunk in. 1 second, guys. I'm catching up on chat, and I'll be happy to address current messages in a second. Mr. Rasby says, smells like updog in here? What's updog? Do I want to know what updog is? Alan asks, did he die? No. He did not. I am here. Mr. Rasby says, are we gonna do the, but Gun did it, not the guy using it? No idea for context on that one. Strasby says, technically the streamer bot deleted it. I mean, it's true. Okay. We've moved on to the recognition of the chair. Mr. Jason says, I see that you have your executive president chair, Mr. Coin. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Rasby says, felt the beginning of a Vsauce episode there. Interesting. What do you recognize chairs on Vsauce or what? Mr. Jason says, can you do the SBRB again, please? I'll show it again, but it's not going to do anything. I've already played an ad. Okay, I've typed the command again for you, Mr. Jason. What the heck is going on? There we go. Is this going to be every tiny little thing that goes wrong in my stream goes wrong day today? Strasby says, I doubt Coin has another chair to pick up. No, I do not have more chairs to pick up. Mr. Asby says, chair special recognition, executive chair, then an actual executive chair. Well, the actual executive chair is Mr. Jason. I only have an office chair. Mr. Rasby then goes on to say, Vsauce is a whole episode talking about why chairs don't exist. Oh, is it the you're not actually touching anything argument? It's the whole, like, object polarity argument. Is that what you're referring to? Okay, and then you lack object permanence. Where did Coin go? Who knows? I could be an illusion. I'm part of the Matrix right now. Mr. Jason says, oh, odd. Lead moderators were supposed to be able to delete mod and streamer messages. It's because I auto-delete them. Like, that command just auto-deletes things. So that's why that's happening. Mr. Jason says you were going to say I could delete those messages now and can further assist. The idea is that you don't have to, but it is nice to know that you can do that as lead moderator. Alan says, bye. You're probably going to be back in a couple of hours. Very well, Alan. Thank you so much for stopping by. It was good to see you. As always, I hope to see you sooner rather than later, good sir. But if not, do rest well. Stay safe and do take care of yourself out there if I don't get to see you again. And with that, I'm going to continue to catch up on messages and then hopefully be able to mark these caves because, oh my goodness, we have not moved yet. Mr. Rasby says a short ad break. Gotta really appreciate every detail. Indeed. Alan's, you reached the goal according to Alan? What's that? What goal did I reach according to them? What, the 999ing myself or something? Apparently, the counter was sitting at 1,000 earlier for some strange reason, which isn't right. Oh yeah, speaking of, here's a quick flit into the recording for just a minute. I'll have to pick that up later. I have taken to combing through the Koroks by puzzle type. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna have to do it by region again, and that's gonna be really freaking frustrating. I really don't want to do that, but yes, help words on the notebook. I mean, I kind of need to do that, or I'm gonna struggle to keep track. Mr. Jason says, off air, then I have a computer chair. You have a computer chair, but the next time you have an excess amount of funds, you might consider an executive chair, Mr. Coin. An executive chair for the executive chair. I also straight up didn't. Oh no, it does work. I'm panicking over nothing. Yeah. Mr. Rasby says, time to call your old friend from back in the day to assemble a heist team to figure out the mystery. Good luck, good sir. I hope you won't need it, but good luck anyway. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, we basically, that's all 5 of those caves, right? Yeah, it is. There are 2 caves kind of like over here. I'm sorry. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you were just looking at the executive chairs on eBay and you saw this one from IKEA. It is good enough, but it feels like a Temu version of an executive chair. No thanks. Temu version might be all we get in this life. We're being priced out of everything under the sun. Temu version might be what everyone gets eventually. Mr. Rasby says, ah, crap. I promised I left that life behind. No more Korok notebooks is what I've sworn to my wife. Please. Look, I'm going to be happy to not be taking notes for physical notes for a game in the future. I do not think Mr. Rasby was here for this at that time. In fact, I don't think any of my concurrent audience was. When I was doing Elden Ring Reforged challenges, I had notes on a Google document that I was keeping for this game, excuse me. It's a lot. Over a year ago, over a couple years ago, my goodness. Yeah, it actually has been that long, hasn't it? And some of these caves we just explored by virtue of, you know, doing the story. Okay, we have this cave over by the desert rift. I guess we can go back into the sanctuary and, like, poke around, sure. And then we have this sort of cave in the back. And then we have this one in here. Right in there. All right. Let's get things started after 30 minutes of not playing the game. Mr. Rasby says, all right, you will slow down a bit to avoid sensory overload. I appreciate that, good sir. Mr. Rasby says, yes, a few streams ago. You remember the Google documents? Oh my god, yes. How could I forget? It's pages and pages and pages of notes. I think I have something like 20 pages of notes. Mr. Jason says you've just seen a... Oh, sorry. Mr. Jason says, you're also resisting the urge to say something right now, Mr. Coin. I'm sure I will find out what that is in a moment. Mr. Jason goes on to say, you've just seen a T-Tap Oxford mesh tilting executive chair, black, on a UK retailer named Curry's, and it is available for the low price of £149. Mr. Jason likes. And there's one with armrest for £179. Nice. Mr. Mr. Rasby says, I remember when there was a huge document about the stream introduction, needed several PhDs, including a few fake ones, to be qualified to read it. Well, I'd like to think I've evolved during that time, good sir, and that I have worked very hard on, I've worked very hard on automating and shortening and shrinking lots of things down. That cheaper one, Mr. Coin? Oh, so the 149 pound is around $200. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes an incredible amount of sense. Nice to see you again, Picongo. However, I'm not interested in talking to you at the moment. I'm sure Picongo will become a bit more critical around around the time we start dealing with the final sage. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, big improvement, thanks. And it only took me 2 years to do. That's totally an on-rate exchange of how streams improve over time. Mr. Jason says you have a confession to make, Mr. Coin. Oh. Do tell. Mr. Rasby says, are you, in reference to Mr. Jason, is he an actual godfather? I don't think so. Although, I guess, really, one of the things about the Mafia is you're never really supposed to know that back half. If you're the... you know, if you interface with the front half, you're not supposed to know the back half, which makes sense. Mr. Jason says 9 times out of 10, Mr. Jason makes financial decisions based on, ooh, that's expensive. Really? That sounds like impulsive spending, good sir. And that could get you in a lot of trouble. Just because something expensive is expensive doesn't mean it's good. Mr. Rasby says, oh no, anyways. Yes, moving right along. Do not acknowledge the thing that is, terrible to, like, actually acknowledge, etc., etc. Okay. I think I prefer nighttime over daytime. Mr. Jason says, too true. To see your content is free, and you're priceless. Thanks. Thank you, good sir. Much appreciated. I have a long way to go on my content, but I do intend on polishing it. Yes, Mr. Rasby, you're quite correct. The daily mug of Mr. Jason compliments. He gives me a lot of them. I don't think I have gotten this many compliments in like such a long span of my life, which is to say about five or 6 months now. It's nice. Like most men, I generally am the type that does not receive a bunch of compliments at any given point in time. I just don't. One more time. Mr. Coin, I heard if you need help with polishing things, I hear that Mr. Shiny is quite the expert. Too true. Where is this? Might have to go get more drink in a minute. This first hour is going to be filled with nothing but interruptions, isn't it, gentlemen? Mr. Jason says, shouldn't that 19 be a bit higher, Mr. Coin? Yes. So technically it should be 70, but the reason that it is at 19 today is because I recorded the count for the jokes and puns between the 29th and the 31st of January, or of December, excuse me. So when I logged those, I thought to reset the counter to make it easier for me. to know which jokes are in January and which jokes are in December. If you want a better idea of what I'm talking about, Mr. Jason, if you look at the Discord chat or the Discord channel, or I'm sorry, the Discord server, and you look at, my God, Discord, behave. I need you to behave for like 5 seconds. If you look under the General Hangouts category, under the JMP yearly record, you'll note that there's a section under December 2025 that says 12/29/25 to 12/31/25. And I logged the jokes for that period of time. Then I just realized this should be January 2026. Whoopsie. My mind is perpetually in 2025, it looks like. There. Edited. So yeah, it's just accounting. Yes, Mr. Rasby has put it very nicely. It's accounting. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I fully got my idea out and I didn't like interrupt it midway and hope that people got it. That's not a very good way of communicating. Oh, hello. I love that smorgasbord of gemstones. Please, video game, show me more of those. Mr. Jason says you can really account on coin. Too true. And it's gone. Okay, we've got the Frog Smasher. Man, I'm gonna have to go make another Earthbreaker or Boulder Breaker or whatever in a little bit. We need to find the bit where the Bubble Frog is located, and I thought I heard one. Mr. Jason says, so does this 20 not reset tomorrow then? How does that work? Yes, the 20 will reset, or however many you guys make today, will reset tomorrow at noon. I have it automatically set up to do that. No one needs to do anything. So when the new week starts, we have a fresh, like, jokes and puns counter for that week. Mostly this just played out due to, like, the end of year. Because the end of the year happened in the middle of the week, the count had to be split up once, at least for me. If you want, I can like add the two together and maybe like put a sum total like in the chat or in the maybe I can make a thread with like weird joke and pun totals. Mr. Jason says, yeah, you were genuinely curious on how you'd work out the difference. I already worked it out when I reset the counter and I logged the number of jokes and the total jokes and puns yesterday. Like I made a note of, I'm sorry, let me back up. I made a note of how many jokes and puns we were at the start of stream that day. Like, before start of stream. I knew we had 42. I did not reset it then on the 1st. As soon as stream was over and I came back to my house from New Year's Day dinner, I logged that number and then reset the counter and then incremented it up to where it was supposed to be based on the difference. There we go. It still mostly is just I did this for accounting reasons. I just wanted to make sure I didn't leave anything out. Is this? I need to know if this is something. Mr. Resby says, sorry if you end up sounding about rough today. You slept very poorly. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry that. Hello. I'm sorry that your sleep was poor. I hope you get some better sleep tonight. I get the feeling my poor sleep is exacerbating my left shoulder, because it's definitely worse today than it was during New Year's Day. Speaking of New Year's Day, I had a good dinner last night. I can talk about it. Mr. Rasby says, we'll lurk to kind of chill off. Very well, good sir. Enjoy your lurk, and thank you so much for choosing to remain here. Please enjoy your lurk, good sir. Mr. Jason says, yeah, that's perfectly fine, Mr. Coin. You were merely curious because it was a difference of 51. You wouldn't have noticed if it was 5 or 10 or maybe 15 jokes difference, or around 50. Right. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, I mostly did that for accounting. I wanted to make sure it was accurate, and it's easier for me if I'm not having to do math. Because at that point I would have had to go back and visit. No, don't even think about it. I didn't want to have to try to do counting or look at old VODs to figure out where the records should go, etc., etc. Nice. Is that really all there is to this cave? Yeah, you have like the hole in the column, and you come out here and it's just like a big giant space, right? Mr. Jason says, but for sure having New Year in the middle of the week has thrown off a lot of things in general. Makes sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's usually not in the middle of the week. Okay, so I think this is how you got to... that was how you were supposed to get to one of the offering plates. Or it was a way to get to an offering plate. We're good here. Nice to have that done. Mr. Jason says, most people after Christmas and before New Year generally seem to lose track of what day it is. You know that you did. Fair. And I think under most circumstances, I probably would have as well, because I think people are in that mode of, I'm waiting for the year to pass, or, they're celebrating, I believe it would be Hanukkah around that time. Or Kwanzaa. I forget which order the holidays are supposed to be in, but I think in my case, it's kind of hard for me to lose track of like the exact day, because I already have just so many things that are on a schedule. I have so many things that kind of just have to get done. Also, as long as I'm a part of the veteran support group that I'm part of, we can't I can't actually really forget the time. I could always be asked to do anything at any time. And I need to be ready for that. So I watch the clock like it's a hawk a lot of times. Mr. Jason says, as for you, you're just waiting for the next Mr. Coin stream. I appreciate that, good sir. I do my best to try to do that each day during the business week. Of course, it doesn't always work out like it should, but... Ooh, is this a pit or a open fire? Oh, hello. Can you help me? I was traveling through here with my friends, but I got too excited and split off from the group. Before you could find them, night fell and the chills set in. I got so cold my joints froze up. I can hardly move, let alone walk all the way to where my friends are now. I think a spicy pepper is just about the only thing that'll warm you up. Take like 5 of them. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, listen 13 days until you get your Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Nice. I take it the 3.0 update comes along with that, right? If I remember our discussions correctly. And while that conversation is simmering, I'll talk about my New Year's Day dinner. It was good. My sibling did most of the cooking. My friend, one of my friends was over there, and a really close friend of my siblings, same guy, was over there helping out. My sibling and them did most of the cooking. I helped my mom make carrot salad with like a quarter of the ingredients. That was interesting. I mostly did calculations. She did all the mixing. All the measurements had to be in tablespoons, so I had math to do. Mr. Jason says, yes, sadly not on the cartridge, but yes. Okay. The important thing was, you know, me getting those two events happening simultaneously correct. It's sad that it's not bundled with the cartridge, but c'est la vie. What can you do? We ended up having sweet potato casserole with the marshmallows on top. That was really nice. I enjoyed that. Carrot salad, using the Chick-fil-A based recipe and tinkering with it as necessary. Sliced spiral ham. Black-eyed peas with ham chunks. Mashed potatoes and cornbread. Jiffy cornbread. That's right. I remember. It was delicious. I enjoyed it. I even stopped by the gas station that day on the way over to pick up a bag of, like pretzels, like dill pickle flavored pretzel sticks, which I thought were really good. They had a lot of, flavor on them. The factory knows what it's doing. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, with that stream that you referenced at the beginning of this stream, where the streamer was adding their entire chat as a moderator, that was a yikes to you with the experience of modding, because it could be off-putting to new potential viewers to see an entire chat full of moderators. Oh, yeah, I was going to talk about that. That's part of the experience. That's like the whole point, is that it's part of the experience. There's a streamer out there. His name is Zem92. He's, I believe, over in Europe, if I am remembering my streamer history correctly. One of his gimmicks is that moderator swords are kind of like assigned as a joke at random. I believe there's a literal channel point reward to redeem being moderator, just to tell you how little stock you know, the man probably puts in that, or how much of a joke he thinks it is, or, you know, he's just having fun with the Twitch rolls, which he's allowed to do. It's a different experience, is what I'll say. I was in there once. I got randomly assigned moderator. I didn't really do anything with it. People were also kind of banned over, like, random joke phrases. Like temporary playful bans. I get the vibe. I get what he was going for. Not my cup of tea, but a lot of people seem to enjoy it. So who am I to judge? And I can also see why that might be off-putting to you. I kind of view moderator as a more serious tool. I imagine Zem92 would probably be the type to use lead moderators to denote who his real moderators actually are, now that that role is there, and that's totally fine. To each their own. That's the wonderful thing about Twitch. It really is a microcosm of every personality under the sun, all attempting to entertain, be funny, and interact with each other. Ah, how kind of you. You're warming my heart. Now to warm the rest of me, let's cook. Get ready for cooking. Loose and limber. You really saved me there. A seasoned traveler I may be, but I guess even pros make mistakes sometimes. My friends must be worried sick. I'll have to head out soon. Thanks for your help. I owe you one. Right. Kinsey got separated from his 3 friends on a trip to Gerudo Canyon. You found 2, but 1 is still out there. Okay. Well, hopefully we'll find them. But in the meantime, immediate Bubble Frog, followed by what the heck does the rest of this cave contain? But I had a good time yesterday, you know. My family, my mom's family and I, plus our good friend, came up, like, we all chatted it up on various topics under the sun. We enjoyed good food and good company together, and then at 10 o'clock at night, it was time for me to head home. And I enjoyed that. I would like to be able to be the one to host a New Year's Day dinner sometime. You know, with food that I make, to show off my own skills. Mr. Jason says you enjoy Moderator because it is a sense of trust and responsibility, and you can use the amount that you do sometimes as a reference to potentially gain more. Kind of like a CV, a curriculum vitae. Yeah, a resume in the US. We have curriculum vitae too. It's not often that you have one, but if it is necessary for you to separate your academic and non-academic experience, you can in fact like put that in a document. There's no guarantee it gets looked at, but you know, at least the option is there for people to use, you know, should they want it. But most of the time, people in the U.S. really don't care that much about education credentials. It's kind of important. But really, we're all about, like, prior experience. Do you have prior experience? If you don't have prior experience, you're probably not getting hired. Now, I don't personally agree with it. I don't agree with that because prioritizing prior experience is kind of... It's the reason there's such an employability crisis now, apart from trying to, like, outsource work to people not in the U.S. Like, you know, if it isn't corporate greed, it's, you know, literally not valuing education more than relationships. Mr. Jason says, I enjoy your streams, Mr. Coin. Thank you. Are you, yeah, you were learning so many things, litany, and that the U.S. also uses CV at times. It's, okay, I should be a little bit more clear about that. It's not that we necessarily use it, it's that you can use it. You have the option to use it. Especially if you think your academic resume just isn't going to be enough. You know, you are welcome to separate that and put that next to your resume. Now, of course, again, we really just kind of don't have the time to read, like, big, lengthy documents, which is why you're encouraged to put that all in one page. If you can put all your relevant skills in one page, employers can quickly make a decision about your credentials. But if it's really necessary for you to, like, you know, sit in front of a panel, is that the same cave? Just hold on. Mr. Jason says, prior to now, you always thought curriculum vitae equals UK and the resume equals US. I'm sure curriculum vitae might actually be used elsewhere as well. But yeah, I think that's mainly like a resume type thing in the UK. Trying to look. Plateau Cave, and we have... Oh, okay, these are connected.
Senators and inductees. That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that. You guys have been wonderful today so far. Oh, let's pause that so I don't die of heat stroke in the video game. We do take commercial breaks around here. We take them at the top of every hour, so in about 4 minutes is when that will happen. It'll last for 3 minutes. Timer's up there. When the timer reaches 0, I will have returned to my desk, and I highly encourage everyone to take a break together with me. Grab a snack, get a drink, whatever have you. And I promise you that the commercial break will be well and truly over before you know it. I take these breaks. I structure the breaks this way so that I structure the breaks this way so that nobody has to miss anything. Like everything's on a nice set routine schedule, which I'm hoping does not go unnoticed. But if it does, that was the intention, was never to get noticed in the first place. It was to, do things better, do things, for the audience, like favor them over myself. Other than that, Jason says prior to now. Oh, I already read this. Yeah, it's just. I think CVs are more complicated than just only in the UK or like mainly in the UK. I know there are other places that handle or take CVs, usually in addition to a resume. Because of the way things are often split up when you're using a CV. Of course, some places don't do either. Instead, they look for what certs you have. Like, that still typically goes on a resume, but there are times where you could just put a certification contract in, and that counts. Mr. Jason says, I don't know what the circular loaves of bread are called in the U.S., but they're called cobs where you are. But yesterday, your parents found a discounted turkey, and so we had another dinner, and tonight we're having turkey stuffing and cranberry sauce cobs tonight. Nice! That does sound good. Circular loaves of bread. There are two things that come to mind for me when I hear that. One of those would be like dumplings. They're kind of like rounded, clumpy, like smooth pieces of bread or breading. Yeah, those are usually dumplings. Otherwise, like bread knots are the other thing I think of when I think of that. And bread knots can literally it's usually like fancy bread tied into a shape, but it could be other stuff. The words can mean more than what they are usually prescribed for. I'll put it that way. Oh, I also don't need to go that way yet. This is for... Let me go over here and get down on the ground. Mr. Jason says, you think it was a bread roll? That's another name in the UK because the name changes here every few miles. Yep, it's kind of the same thing here, where sometimes that stuff differs by the state that you're in. You know, Idaho might call it bread rolls, and, you know, Maine might call it something else, and so on. Well, I'll be happy to discuss this more after our commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everyone. I am back. I'm getting used to my new chair. There are some things with the chair that I'm learning that it doesn't really like my wood floor, my laminate floor, quite all that well. It's probably more of a carpet chair, if I had to guess, but that's neither here nor there. Let me make sure I've caught up on chat. YouTube appears to be fine. Mr. Jason says you love the UK, Mr. Coin. You know that the US has a lot of accents and dialects as well. More than I realized. But the UK has ones that can change just 10 minutes up or down the road, and you're not even touching on Cockney rhyming slang. Sorry, I'm definitely not 12. I'm 33. I promise. That is its entire own can of worms. Oh, I think Cockney is great. I love people, you know, coming up with like words for things. Wordplay is fun, you know, if I know how the words are supposed to be said anyway. And Cockney is really quite an impressive thing to hear for the first time. You're not even sure what you're hearing is. I won't say it's not English, it clearly is. You're not sure what you're hearing is like the same version of English and not like some parallel universe like English. The same could be said for, you know, finding yourself a hillbilly down the street. If you were to hear a hillbilly talk, you wouldn't know that what you're hearing is in fact US English and it's not some like, you know, weird bastardization or just some different like cultural heritage coming in. Mr. Jason says, oh, it seems like parallel English. In Cockney rhyming slang, apples and pears means stairs. What? Apples and pears equals stairs. Why? And that's a rhetorical why. I know you can't answer that question. Apples and pears equals stairs. That got a laugh though. Mr. Jason says dog and bone equals phone. I need to see this language in action. I am gonna write that down. Cockney rhyming slang, is it? Okay. I wrote that down. I shan't be forgetting. All right, let's continue on our path toward the places we were supposed to go. Mr. Jason says having a butcher's means taking a look. Sorry. I believe you. That sounds I guess it is absurd to some people. I don't know. It could not be me. I like when my words mean certain things. I don't like it when those words suddenly mean different things, even though they're spelled the same. Mr. Jason says it gets weird. Yeah, I believe you. It does get weird. Okay, let's try to find the bubble frog in here. It's a cave, so I know there is one. We just need to figure out how to get these, like, openings. Not this. This is easy. We need to figure out how to open, like, the other portions of the sanctuary so that we can get at the bubble frog inside. Mr. Jason says when someone is living somewhere, they are a lodger. That is Mr. Jason, how much of this rabbit hole have you like climbed into? Are you halfway across the world with it? In Cockney rhyme, oh, you described a normal statement and then go on to say, in Cockney rhyming slang, they're an artful dodger. I don't know why. Again, totally fair. Like, absolutely fair. It'll be an interesting world to look into over the weekend, which, you know, do you guys have weekend plans? I've got weekend plans. I've got Lots of tabletop to write. That's my weekend plan. And if I can help it, you know, try to recover my arm and, you know, maybe try to actually get a, you know, a long-form video out there. Maybe, like, multiple long-form videos out there. I'm not really sure yet how that's gonna play out or turn out, but I'm gonna try. Okay, let's not get caught up with Gibdos this time. Oh, there's no Gibdo in there. Okay. Mr. Jason says even Brits don't get that language sometimes. Especially if you're the type that speaks Oxford English, I can imagine. Seems like lazy speech. Of course it's not lazy speech. Just like here in the US, I don't know if it's like this in the UK for you. But we have a class of language called Ebonics, which more specifically is just the mannerisms of language as it pertains to US black citizens, or or similarly like black or dark-skinned folk in your country. It's a whole thing. You can actually take a class on it. There are a number of words that have significant use differences between white people and black people, like in our country. It really is like stepping into a whole different world. Mr. Jason says, if you lose all your hearts in this game, Mr. Coin, you are brown bread. Oh my god. Brown bread. Ah, yes. When I'm starving, when I'm hungry, I'll just eat brown bread. That totally goes over well with the kiddos. And like the family members, right? Wholesome traditional Christian breakfast, brown bread. That sounds misleading. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds like extra misleading. It's not on purpose. It's part of the rhyming language. Got it, but still seems odd. Welcome on in, Tension. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. You've come in at a good time. We're doing some spelunking, and we are back in the... you know, secrets of the... the statue of the 8th heroine room, and we are trying to figure out how to get into or deal with this portion of the cave. Mr. Tension says, hey, Mr. Coin, how are you? I am just fine, thank you for asking. You just beat Age of Calamity, now working on 100%. Nice, you're 85%? Awesome. That is completely awesome. Has the last 15% proven difficult or tedious to do, Mr. Tension? Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I consider you a friend, but if you were a Brit, you would be my China plate. Interesting. That's mate in the Cockney rhyming slang. This is quite the rabbit hole you've traveled down, Mr. Jason. Tension says you got all the Koroks already too. Nice, nice. So the 15% is like hopefully less tedious work. And it's just like masteries or grinding weapons or levels or whatever. Something along those lines. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking you were never supposed to be able... Like, there was supposed to be a cave that you went into to see that there was another place that you couldn't get into. Let's try. So let's head down this way and let's see if I'm right. Mr. Jason says this may have turned part of your world upside down. A little bit, yeah. It's like such a strange... It's such a strange way to like refer to things. It's like, I did not mean to click on that. 1 second. There we go. Sorry, had a UI problem I had to go deal with. Still dealing with the UI problem. Okay. Titchin says, thank you, Mr. Coin. Nah, you just beat the game last night? Nice. How did you like the end of the game? Did Age of Calamity treat you right? Or meh? It's an alright game, but it's definitely like not perfect or whatever. Just curious as to what your opinion is. Yeah, it like Cockney rhyming slang just seems so extra. Oh. Hole has been achieved. Hole has been achieved. You know what, buddy? Where are ya? I guess we're... Ah, there you go. Perfect. So this is these are both ends of the Gerudo Sanctuary. Okay. So somewhere in here, we should find our bubble frog and go from there. Mr. Jason says, as evidence, you like to rabbit and pork? What? I like to talk. Rabbit and porking equals talking. Wow, what a strange language indeed. Tension says it was one mission, Mr. Coin. Last night you had to fight 3 Lionels with no heal items. Straight nightmare. Yeah, that sounds really rough in Age of Calamity. Which character did you ultimately use to make it out? Make it through that? I probably would have used, like, Rivali for something like that myself, personally. Or maybe Impa. Mr. Jason says, this is more funny to you than any of your jokes. I can see why. Like, I can definitely see why. Kind of overkill on a Gibdo, but it's fine, honestly. Okay, so, in the Sanctuary, there's, like, 2 ways to fork around, or, like, there were 2 different gates that we could see through. So I'm hoping that we can find, well, there's the bubble frog, but I'm hoping we find some crossover point. This may be that point right there. Mr. Jason says, especially when you're usually similarly well-spoken like yourself. Yeah. I like to think I'm a well-spoken individual, but my nose today is kind of stopped for some weird reason. One nostril, not both. So it's making my speech a little bit more complicated than it needs to be. But yeah, I can see why you find it funny. Some of the things that are like rabbit and porking is just ludicrous. I would never refer like find an alternate way to say talking that is rabbit and porking. Tension says you love both endings, Mr. Coin. Oh, I forgot there were 2 endings. They were both good. That's a hard one. Ah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I see. Head up. I'm sorry. What now? Hello? Do I need Unobo for this very specifically? 1 second. Buddy, I guess it's my fault for, like, putting you up there, but, like, come on. Huh. I'm thinking about this. I doubt we can just ascend through, because if you look, like, there's that. If I ascend through this, we are just gonna, you know, head up top, because the sand's leaking in from below. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Okay. Mr. Jason says, if people's homes got broken into, they would have experienced a tea leaf. Oh my god, that's like that, or a thief leaf, not a tea leaf. Okay, that's even more silly, but still, yeah, like real joke material right there. Tension says, you used Link with the barbarian armor and ancient gear with the master sword. Nice, nice. Yeah, I forgot armor technically exists in that game. It's not like armor in the traditional sense. It's more like an effect loadout, if I remember my Age of Calamity right. Maybe later. You know, maybe later we can. What? Okay, what gives? Well, I guess we can, like, pull this treasure out of here and, like, open that. And there's nothing. Okay, so, like, what is this on the other side, then? Why is there an other side? I need to find that out. And then we can get out of here. Sorry, I'm really wanting to just make sense of the sanctuary, because I am not doing a good job at that right now. I get most of it, but it's this one little part that, like, gets to me. Mr. Jason says, if someone well-versed in Cockney rhyming slang was in the chat and check the redeems, they would see a redeem to make you wear a tit for tat. Oh my god. Why is that a hat? Why? There's gotta be like a book on this. Why is there a book? Or why is there a... I just, sorry, I'm absolutely flummoxed that's a thing, but, I mean, I guess that's gotta be the case, right? Oh, you literally can't make your way back down there. Okay, there a hole? No, you straight up just cannot do that. Okay. Interesting, to say the least. All right, I don't understand this, like, section here, but let's get out of here for right now. Or I could actually probably look at my map and just see if there's something else, but there is not. Okay. One more cave to find, and we're good to go from there. We should probably use this one. That'll work a little bit better, at least in the meantime. Sorry, I'm thinking of things to talk about. I still have written down, I've written down these suggestions regarding, you know, the Secret Stones line and, like, a couple of other things that I'll be trying to work on this weekend, among other things, of course. As always is the case with me, I absolutely have everything under the sun to work on. I feel like I'm in constant crunch mode. It's not even funny. This is deeply cold. Something like that oughta do. We'll parasail for a while. Mr. Jason says the note that denotes half of a 10-pound is a Lady Godiva in the UK, a fiver. Yeah, we call our $5 bills fivers sometimes, when we're not wanting to refer to like the Fiverr web service. That fiver has 2 R's if I remember right. How are we working in that direction? Okay, pretty good. Pretty good. I think we're probably free to like keep going. Mr. Jason says in the US you write on the right side of the Frog and Toad. Why is that a road? Yeah, yes, that link, that is weird. That is weird. I'm gonna look up if there's a book or like a codex or something that people follow for this. My goodness. Okay. No, don't do that. Okay, and now you do this. Ooh, nice sand seal and an electric like. Let's get down here before bad things happen. Never mind. Giga Clan, I'm not in the mood for you. I hate this person. Can I... Oh, wait. Okay, drop. Hold on. Will this work mid-teleport? I'm actually really curious. No. Okay, it has to be the initial teleport. That's fine. At least I figured out how things worked. Yeah, that's something else that I know is, you know, really strange for the people in the UK is that we drive on the right side of the road. You guys drive on the left. Most other places drive on the left side of the road. I couldn't really tell you why such a big monumental difference is here the way that it is. Maybe it was we didn't want anything to do with the, well, it couldn't have been the Royal Empire, or like the British Empire. Wouldn't have been for those reasons. It would have been for another reason. Honestly, that would probably be worth looking up, because I really do not remember right off the top of my head why that is the case. Let's see if that has opened the way. It has. Cool. West Gerudo Underground Ruins. All this under, like, some old, like, Leviathan bones, eh? What do we have in here? Statues with swords on them. Cool. And looks like a big, like, branching... Oh, not branching, but like a big open room. Well, no time like the present. Start blasting walls. We'll find something worthwhile. Don't forget that message, Mr. Coin. Mr. Coin, thank you. And on the right side of the Frog and Toad, you're driving in a jam jar.
It's just asinine.
I feel like that's really fitting here. What the heck is a jam jar in Cockney rhyming, like, slang? It's already kind of grody for me. It's a car. Let me look. Hold on. I'm gonna look at that message again. You're driving in a jam jar. Yeah. It's a car. It makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna roll my eye at that one though. Not gonna lie. That's a pretty lame name for a car. At one point I believe we sometimes call our cars guzzlers for the amount of gas they consume. But that's like not really a flattering name for a car either. That's mostly a, you know, we don't really care to like, we like our cars. Actually, you know, I might not be the best expert on this. Oh, Mr. Coin, see this? I do, in fact, see that heart. Thank you, Mr. Jason. That got a name too. It's a jam tart. Heck, nabbit. Of course it would have that kind of a name. Why? Do they like jam or something? I need to know if that's why. Ugh. Yeah, okay. I can see why you think it's weird. I was fine at first, but then when we started hearing the, what was it? The jam tart, the, jam jar, the frog and toad, the rabbit and porking, I was like, oh my god. In the morning and before bed, you always need to clean your Hampstead Heath. What? What's that even mean? Of course, I obviously do not expect people to really know an answer to that, but Hampstead Heath instead of teeth. There's probably words for like every little word under the sun in this in Cockney rhyming slang. No one knows what you're talking about when this is happening. Kind of letting you Novo do all this work. All right, buddy. Are you serious? All right, video game. I guess you're serious. Come on, guys. Over here, not over there. Attention says you still got the DLC too, DLC to do as well, Mr. Coin. For Age of Calamity, you're trying to keep up. I appreciate that. It's a lot of work for that sort of thing, but as long as you're enjoying the 100% experience, that is the important part of all of that, Mr. Tension. Mr. Jason says, when children stay off school when they're not supposed to, the word for that is skiv, or skive, but in Cockney rhyming slang, that's duck and dive. So yeah, it's skive. We usually just say that's playing like hooky and go about our business. This is probably time to do things in triplicate. Nice. What else do we have here? Oh, interesting. Oh, these point in different directions. So, what? These statues point forward. This one, or these two, point this way. Oh, so this is gonna tell me the way to go, isn't it? At least I think so. Mr. Jason says, here's something funny, Mr. Coin, but you need to count up a few numbers. Sure, go ahead. What? But that... I'm sorry, but... Oh, uh-huh. Counting up to 10. I can see that much. Cock and hen. What? Why is that 10? Why? Hello? What kind of a rhyme is that? It makes sense to me. I understand the rhyme. But just say 10. Or, you know, why use 3 words for 1 word? I'm completely baffled by this. I'm sorry. I guess I'm kind of crashing out on this really hard, aren't I? when I don't really need to be crashing out. I'm gonna stop doing that now. It's just so ludicrous. Mr. Jason says, as usual, Mr. Coin, you're wearing a rather smart dicky dart. Trying to think of what that means, or what that might mean. I couldn't tell you. What the heck is that supposed to mean anyway? It's just such a strange, like, it's a shirt. Oh, Dicky Dirt. Dicky Dirt rhymes with shirt. Yes, I got it now. The rhyming words for every little thing under the sun. I tell you what, if you can find a way to staple together a sentence where everything could be a rhyme, you would not know what a person is saying. Makes no sense. Just, that's wild. That, you know, you could just so many words for one simple object. Well, I mean, people that use Cockney rhyming slang do, in fact, they probably like it a lot, so who am I to judge? If someone is from Greece, if someone is Greek, they would be Bubble and Squeak. Why? Because of the Greek baths? I know. I'm asking you questions you do not have answers to. I'm not going to press you for that. Just, I'm really curious. Okay, why is this bomb excavation? This would be far easier if I blew it all up. I'm not sure what the devs were thinking when they made bomb excavation a thing. Mr. Jason says, also Bubble and Squeak is a UK, like, meal? Oh. What sort of meal is it? Anything to get off of the rhyming words for a teeny tiny bit before we probably get back to them. I'm not sure. I know you could probably, like, use an excavator for this. Yunobo, buddy, I need you. Yunobo, stop. Yunobo, I need you to do this. Stop. Oh my god, I am literally activating every champion power except the one I require. Thank you. My goodness. Mr. Jason says, Bubble and Squeak is an English dish made from cooked potatoes and cabbage mixed together and fried. It's really nice. We have a dish kind of like that here at the house. We call it a cabbage, sausage, and potato bake. We literally just take that stuff. We take cabbage, chop it up. We take potatoes, quarter them, and sliced kielbasa and mild Italian sausage. But you could probably throw other or use different sausages in there. We put that in like a electric, skillet, or like an electric casserole dish, and we just sit there and saute and simmer that stuff. It's a trick to not have the cabbage be like, kind of soggy and lacking in constitution, but if you can cook the things in sequence just right with the necessary amount of cook time, yeah, it's pretty good. Usually has the flavorings from the sausage and like the cabbage's own juices. It's pretty good. Mr. Jason says Brits really like frying things, you guess? I believe I've heard that to be true. You mean we're the home of the heart attack on a plate, aka the full English breakfast? Oh, we're not any better. We have, we just throw bunches of things on a burger. There's literally a burger here in the States, that is... It's got lettuce, tomato, onions, pickle, or actually, you don't even often include rabbit food in that, and that is to say, usually vegetables. It's usually hamburger, cheese, onion rings, bacon. Sometimes there is even powdered sugar donuts that go in there. And the burger becomes drizzled in like a bourbon barbecue sauce. And sometimes a fried egg is also tossed in there as well. It's like, there's a lot of stuff on that. Like, I like burgers, but I don't eat stuff like that. Or, never mind, you know, anything else similar. I like my burgers to be, you know, edible with my hands. Thank you very much. It's one of the few things I don't mind eating with my hands. Mr. Jason says, full English breakfast, everything, but fried. Yeah, just frying does make vegetables taste great, but yes, it is a heart attack, you know, waiting to happen. It's not, it really could be a lot better. Oh, that did not take long to break. Good to know. That's not all there is to this place. There's gotta be more. Let's see if I'm right. There's gotta be more. This cannot just be massive bomb excavation for no reason. We could be in here all day. Mr. Jason says bacon, sausages, eggs, black pudding, tomatoes, mushrooms, and fried bread and or toast, and the meal is often served with tea. Ah, yes, the light part of your meal, the tea. You know, because I would have thought that type of meal would be served with like a beer or something. That seems more up, or like a lager or something. That kind of seems more up the alley, honestly. Well, I know that like heart attack burger I described earlier. It's often served with like an ice cold beer, like a Bud Light or like a Budweiser or a Miller Lite or something like that. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, this year you're going to try something for the first time? You might go to local butchers and see if ingredients from one of those places taste any different to store-bought ones. Good luck, good sir. Fresh ingredients usually do taste better if they're prepared right. But the important thing is that if you're going to do that sort of like testing, you need to make sure that the items are going to be prepared the same way. So like you don't want to, you know, if you're going to like make sandwiches that taste all that stuff, it's got to be in a sandwich the whole time. You can't like fry it up and then put it in a sandwich. That's changing what you did to it. You see what I'm saying? You have to test for taste consistently more than anything. What is this? Why is this here? What is this place? Is this like an armory? Like an old armory? Mr. Jason says, one good thing is that your family also has an air fryer, so that's a little healthier. Yeah, we have one too. We have an air fryer. It's great. lots of things go into the air fryer. Well, mostly potatoes, but I want to get them to, like, have vegetables in the air fryer. Like, oh, air fried asparagus sounds delicious. Or air fried Brussels sprouts so the edges get crispy. While you still have that Brussels sprout flavor, you know, spritzed in a bit of butter and, you know, lightly salted. Oh, that sounds so good. I'm whipping myself up into a hunger. Very, very hungry. Oh well. I know we'll be eating something tonight, and I can't wait for that. What is this? Just kind of... We didn't make our way back to the start. Alright. Let's... Oh, you lift this. Interesting. Okay. So what's in here then? There should have been a quest for this. A helm worn by the Gerudo who protected the Gerudo in... A helm worn by a warrior who protected the Gerudo in a time beyond memory. It's said to deepen the bond with the Gerudo when worn by a Hylian. Okay. I didn't mean to find this ahead of time, but we also hadn't yet left the region and come back. So, Riju was never going to give that quest to us until we did that. Interesting, I suppose. Mr. Jason says, but in order to get the ingredients from a butcher's for full English breakfast, Mr. Coin, you should make sure you have a good amount of bees and honey. Oh my god, that's money, isn't it? Bees and honey. I mean, I guess money is some kind of honey to someone. I'm just, I'm starting to pick up what the rhymes are putting down, as long as the rhymes contextually make sense where they're being placed. Is this... How much of the rest of this is bomb excavation? I'm willing to spend up until 12 more minutes, you know, in this place, just kind of figuring all that out. Because we kind of went the right way, but we haven't gone the wrong way yet. Mr. Jason says in the UK, if you do something illegal, you could be arrested by a bottle and stopper. In the UK, we also call police a copper. Ah, that makes sense. So we call our, like, police, we either refer to them as police or we call them cops. Like, we literally just shorten that. We shorten the copper to cop, apparently. I'm learning things as well, while my lovely audience is here, teaching me the rigors of the world, and how it all works. Bye. Nice. Okay, do we have anything in here? So, Mr. Coin, time for one that is confusing. Kettle and hob. Is that corn on the cob? By chance? I don't think that's right, but worth a try. Mr. Jason says this is a confusing phrase as it doesn't rhyme with its modern day meaning. Oh, the term means watch, which stemmed from a fob watch, which was a pocket watch attached to the body with a small chain. The kettle used to boil on the hob of a stove, hence the rhyme. Oh, a fob watch. Yeah, so that's yeah, those words have just fallen out of use. I'm not surprised that happened, honestly. Well, it certainly is a place where you can find ore. I'll say that. I think I will also go and mark some caves for us to be in. And that way we are... Oh, we actually have already done that one. What do we have left then? Let's see. I guess we have the ones toward Karakara Bazaar. We've already checked out this cave. Actually, I'm not sure we have too much more left in terms of caves, which is interesting. Is this... Okay, so there's one here. There is one south of Gerudo Town, which I think that is the spot there. Mr. Jason says you may or may not be looking up these things on a website. That's totally fine. Look, there are a lot of them that have, like, obviously this is... Cockney rhyming words are not that popular, or else they would have caught on. Or they would have more of a following than they do. Because that sort of thing really trips people up in English. Like, a lot. It's not good. There's one, what, down here? Oh, you can literally see these. You can literally see these. And then all of these are pits. I'm going to put a marker here, and then we can just check them all out. We have a pin for that. That we have one other chasm. Are there any other chasms? I don't think so. I think we're good. Mr. Jason says your glasses are for your mince pies. Mr. Coin, I hate that my glasses are food. If someone's falsifying information, they're telling you a porky pie. And then Mr. Coin, as Mr. Jason goes on to say, those several pits as you've experienced are all their own separate caves. Goody! I'm gonna love this part then. So we're gonna finish. We're gonna finish Bomb Excavation Turbo, and then we're going to hopefully find that out for ourselves. Come on, Unobo. We gotta get this thing rolling. I think we have run the limit of like space in the caves. Yeah. Okay. We've run out. All of this is like one big chamber, and then one big chamber, and then basically nothing else. Okay. Mr. Jason says whenever you're full of cold in the UK, you usually make a Ruby Murray. A curry. I could go for curry right now. Curry sounds delicious. Like extremely delicious, actually. Would be the perfect thing to clear up my sinuses, actually. I'm gonna have to do something. Like, I'm getting, like, kind of clogged up something real good, and I'm not sure where it came from. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, if you make a note of these, you might be able to get a laugh telling them to other people. Do you have the website that you're using these from? No, where you're obtaining these? You could send that over DM. That would be if you don't mind sending it over DM, that would be fantastic. Ugh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what to do about that. I definitely need like something to loosen up my nose. Good lord.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Thank you guys for sitting through that. Much appreciated. You guys have been wonderful today. Let me make sure I've not missed chat. Okay, chat's just been quiet, at least on the YouTube side anyway. We do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour every hour. So that's in like 4 minutes from now. At the top of the hour, there will be a timer. That timer will last 3 minutes. I highly encourage everyone to take a break with me at the same time when this is happening. And I promise you when that timer reaches 0, I'll return to my desk. And we can, pick right back up where we left off. The commercial break will well and truly be over before you know it. Promise. Mr. Jason says, the reason why you are the executive president now is because you really value your lump of ice. My advice, is that what a lump of ice is? Oh my god. It is the most uninviting thing for advice. I hate that I get these. I hate that that I'm getting more of these. Indeed, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason says, advice. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna... What is this This looks like someone put a bore drill into the earth and just kind of let it sit halfway. We're going to... we're not going to be dealing with the cold long enough for that. Into the depths of the earth. What do we have here? Quicksand Lake Cave. Ooh, this is a nice cave. Oh, and there's also a shrine here as well. Interesting. There's all kinds of stuff going on in here. Sorry, I'm taking in the environment. Ooh. Let's do this. That way we have a... Why is a hot-footed frog in here? Do I want to know why that is the case? Maybe, maybe not. We didn't need this side on, but thank you. Oh, I think I know what I'm meant to do. Let's do that then. Let's take out 2 fans and a steering stick, and we'll finish putting that together after the commercial break. I'll see you guys then. Thanks. I am incredibly sorry about that, everyone. I am back. Ooh, my body did not like what was happening. And so, I'm sorry. Because of that, what should have been at most 6 minutes turned into a lot longer than that. Again, so deeply sorry. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. Why can I not screw this on correctly? There we go. Just like that. Put it toward the front. And probably... Oh, okay. Video game has decided it is just going to be interesting, to say the least. Let's just do it like this. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, also it's on backwards again. My God. Nothing is gonna be going right, I fear. Like, nothing at all. I mean, that's not true. I've had 3 hours of things going more or less correctly. So I have all of you guys. That's been a thing that's been going correctly. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy with that. All right, let's try to like get this going. It might need to be in the sand more. Come on, get in there. There we go. This, oh, you know what? I do think we need probably 1 or 2 things, and one of those is a counterweight. We need a counterweight. There we go. Let's try it like this. There we go. Maybe somewhere along the way we'll find another fan in here. Peace? Would you like to get out of here, or would you like to get out of here? No, 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 no. Okay. You know, it's fine. Oh, well, thank you, Tulin. Very appreciated. What? Wow, what a comedy of, like, errors. Okay, let's stop. Mr. Jason says you're gonna end the Cockney rhyming slang with 2 more. Some people like tea, but others enjoy chewy toffee. Also, Mr. Coin, it is for sure a really interesting language. Some of them are funny, some of them are interesting, and some of them are just weird. But thankfully, some of them are completely dead because it wouldn't be appropriate here, which would be trouble and strife equals wife. Chewy toffee is coffee. The second one is not appropriate in this day and age. I don't know. I've heard some people refer to their spouses as being trouble and strife. And, you know, the words happy wife, happy life, are not always said with positive intentions, Mr. Jason. Some things that are totally appropriate to say have a sort of a dour meaning to them if you take a second and listen to what people are saying. But these are otherwise perfectly fine things to say, and you know, being married to trouble and strife is not necessarily inappropriate on its face. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you want your... You know, buddy, you can't be here. You're weighing down my device. Get out of here. Maybe you wanted to marry some trouble and strife. You never know. You see what I mean? The intention and the delivery, like it's not only intention, it's also like what the overall result of you saying it is. But if you intend for it to be, I am really upset things are happening this way. Let me try Let me try this. Let's get out of here. Let's move this over here for a second. How do I want to do this? Maybe put this on top. Oh, I know. We could, like, do it this way. Stick the two fans here on the back, like so. We probably might want a third one now that I'm thinking on it. Mr. Jason says, fair, you were thinking that trouble and strife being potentially inappropriate because of when you said happy spouse, happy house, which sounds more positive. I try to put a positive spin on it, Mr. Jason, is what it is. Happy spouse, happy house can easily just refers to the same kind of thing as happy wife, you know, happy life, which is to say, you know, the right thing to do in a relationship is often doing what your spouse wants you to do, which is not always the right thing to do, if that's making any sense. Mr. Jason says, moving on, Mr. Coin, have you seen the funny "this is fine" meme? There's actually a real physical Nintendo Switch game called "This is Fine Maximum Cope." That sounds hilarious. Okay, this is a bit better. I like this. This was way better than, like, trying to steer a boat. It would be nice if I could have some kind of deployable weight, but I don't think that's happening. Get back here. Go over there where that panel is and sit there a while. Wait, does this work on sand? I need to know if this works on sand, actually. Where is that? Is that here? I don't think it does. Okay, no, it is strictly water. That's fine. Oh, hello. I'm Numbskull Games without the B, just Numbskull. That's hilarious. Mr. Jason says Shop 2 is a UK retailer. Makes sense. See, Mr. Coin? Yeah, it's when memes turn into more than dreams, as a lot of people would probably prefer to say. Oh, like. Here's another like. Let's, do this. Get that out of here. Because of the amount of time I spent, you know, just on the porcelain throne, I will give you guys an extra 15 minutes. I think that is fair, given what happened. I spent about that long, you know, on the porcelain throne. And that way I get the same amount of time to work out things like, you know, where the heck this, like, shrine and bubble frog combination is. We gotta work that out before I can do anything else. Can't leave this cave until then. Is this game serious? Did it not want me to navigate, like, up there that way? It just wanted me to, like, go over there and then, you know, hop along these columns? Interesting. I wonder if we need to maybe blow the dirt off of something, or otherwise find a way to stop the flow of sand. I wonder if we need to do that. Let's take out another fan. Not have it blow over Hylia's creation. No. That is in fact not what we do. I'll leave that there, though, in case we need it. Ah, gotcha. Bye. And now we have the frog to get. Okay, so it's over that way. And if we don't move, we don't spend energy in this. Interesting. This isn't like a different pebblet. Okay, good. It's just the texturing, which is cool. I like that the pebblets have different textures on them. Okay, so it's like this way, basically. So what? Fall down here, and there's nothing, right? We have to find a hole somewhere. Okay. So we fall down and find a hole somewhere. What then? It's like this way. Oh, well, that is more or less like south. Hold on. So this is like the north of the cave, and where we need to head south somehow. So that's this way. There's got to be like another hole. Or like just another hole lying around somewhere. Sorry, I've been kind of concentrating because I know we've been here like some time and I'd like to get us out of here. Yeah, it's over there. How, though? Am I missing something for this? Or... I might be. Hold on. This is one of those cases where I probably need to look it up. Because there is a... There are technically 2 caves here. I can't even believe I missed this. I wonder if this cave doesn't have anything else in it, and we need to actually, like, try to find a way, just out of here. Let's see if I'm right. Maybe we're in the wrong cave. Beautiful. Strange cockamamie Zonai devices for like 500, Alex. Okay. Wait, I'm good. I'm free now. I just wanted to make sure. I probably want like over there, so we're not directly in the pit of sand. Yeah, that is just fine. So I guess let's tread on foot. Yeah, it definitely wants. I think it's the ancient prison cave over there. Oh, I would probably hate being in deserts like this, but I would love to. Just wait. Also, we can call Yunobo back. I would love to go spelunking in places like this. Adventuring in desert ruins is sounds exciting, and you totally won't trigger a trap to kill you, right? Like that's totally not a thing that can happen. I'm sure it actually is a thing that can happen, but another adventure, another pit of quicksand. Let's go. I do hope that Wait, why am I... Oh, I'm acting like I have no time left is what's going on. No, we have plenty of time. All right, let's see if I'm right here. I hope everyone has enjoyed the gameplay today, you know, despite me being out of commission for 15 minutes. I think we've been making relatively good progress today. I hope everyone found the commentary interesting as well. You know, we learned a lot about, you know, and interesting choices in words that mean different words. Yeah, AKA Cockney rhyming slang. I do hope people found that at least somewhat interesting. Oh, hello. Random pit with stuff in it. Okay. Ancient prison cave. Another place where we can find Gibdos. Oh, there are actually a number, well, quite a few places in the desert that have, you know, spots to access Gibdos. They're not a totally, like, done deal, you know, here in the caves. It's fine that they're out in the caves rather than, like, you know, just in the general desert. And even though the Gibdos have, like, a more terrifying, like, less human design, they don't freak me out as much because I know they're not human. Like, not even a little bit human. And that is just fine by me. Did I pick up a weapon somewhere? I did. Leave that there in case I need it. There's not like... Oh, okay, well, there are lots of doors. Interesting. Got like an open pit with nothing in it. This is probably just a... Oh. I think I just realized what happened. Let's open some doors. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, good sir, you've taken me on an interesting adventure in the chat today. Yeah, very, very much so. I probably don't want to be beating Gibdos up with my rock sledge. That's probably not a good idea. Drop that. Don't want that. Why is there another Gibdo lying around for me to find? Yep. Yeah, it's quite the adventure, and I look forward to reviewing the documentation in further detail. I did look at it for a short minute while I was on the porcelain throne, but I was too busy dealing with the porcelain throne to pay that much attention to it. Also, I had to make sure I went and grabbed my phone so I could tell you guys, you know, hey, I'm gonna be late coming back because bathroom reasons. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Quinn, you remember this place? There's also a shrine down here. Yep. That's exactly the kind of, I figured. The alarm tells me as much. Okay. Random places now, like, start closing. Welcome on in, the bee swarm guy, 1539. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Yes. We are going for 100% in this game. something that I work quite hard on. I do hope that is to your liking. That said, if and you don't mind my asking, the bee swarm guy, how familiar or how much of Tears of the Kingdom have you played? All of it, beaten it multiple times, played it a little, completely new. I get all kinds of people in here, although mainly like veterans of the game. I myself am working up towards, well, I don't know, I think maybe almost 600 hours in this game. No, I don't want to start this software. Yeah, it's telling me, okay, 500 or more hours. I wish it would give me more precise stat, if I'm being honest. Otherwise, you know, you're more than welcome to do whatever you like. Welcome. Make yourself comfortable. We are in the midst of, I think, finding one of the last possible shrines in Tears of the Kingdom, quite possibly. There may be 4 more we need to find. I'm actually not 100% sure, but we're getting really close to finding most of them. I may go back over the map with like a fine-tooth comb and just make sure we have them. Oh, hello, video game. Why, yes. We can, in fact. Mr. Jason says, you certainly do have a myriad of people here, Mr. Coin. You have complete beginners, familiar people, advanced players, completionists, and then the truly insane. Hi, congratulations, Mr. Coin's one of the truly insane people. I'm one of the ones trying to get 1,000 Koroks. As you can see as anyone can see by the counter underneath me, I have 1 left to find. And I have been scouring every puzzle under the sun in my off time in an attempt to find it. It's driving me nuts, if I'm being quite honest. Mr. Jason says, you're not quite truly insane. Ooh, nice. I don't think... We can climb through this. Interesting. Let's see if we can't, like, kind of cheat and see what's going on here. Oh, yeah. we also probably didn't need to do that. Maybe. Hold on. I kind of feel bad doing it this way. Let me go back and try to do it legitimately. Yeah, as Mr. Jason was saying, I have in fact 999 myself. Yay! We love 999ing myself. I love maddening myself every single day. I am trying to like find this Korok, which I've spent no less than 2.5 days trying to work on. I love doing that.
Sure, Jan.
That's not I wasn't attempting to make a joke, but the sarcasm should be duly palpable. Duly palpable. We're heading this way, but why? Wait. Is this... Did I just go in a circle? I think I just went in a circle. I mean, it's not the first time I've gone in circles. It certainly won't be my last. We have more of the game left to play, but I do think we will find some number of circles to walk in. But this is a pretty profound circle I've just walked in. Makes sense. This reminds me of roaming the prisons in Breath of the Wild. Like the castle prison area. Yeah, that place was kind of a little bit of a maze until you figured it out. Okay, and then we've managed to go back in a complete loop. Mr. Jason says if you quit now, you can still save your sanity, Mr. Coin. I'm not doing that. No, sir. No, sir. No, not happening. I can do this. I promise I can play the video game and get all 1,000 Koroks. I'm gonna absolutely scathe, like, give a scathing review of the Koroks in my video essay, but I'm going to do it. I've come too far to back out now. Otherwise, I should have backed out at about halfway. Okay. Interesting. Gibdo where? There's a Gibdo somewhere, or else the combat music wouldn't be playing. Okay. I doubt I can slip something through that. Oh, that's just the entrance. Mr. Jason says, you're excited for when we return to close unfinished business in Breath of the Wild, Mr. Coin. That's going to be a long-form video, Mr. Jason. I do hope you're aware of that. My intention is very much not to open that game again for perceivably the future. But I know since it's at least bothering someone, I should... that person being you. But I'm sure at least one other person has talked to me about this. I will at least make the attempt to go back and clear up the 0.58. I just wish I had any indication of what I was doing, and not just, oh, find random place on the map, there's your 0.58, or whatever. I also don't want to subject people to the attempt to, I don't want to subject people to watching me try to find whatever that is. I think that's boring. I think that would make for a really, like, even among streams that I do, I think that would be incredibly boring to watch. It's not this here, right? I believe that's one of our avatars back there. Riju, you could fit through this. What are you doing? Okay. Well, since clearly I'm not actually cheating, we can ascend through these, let's find the little crack that we, found earlier. Oil jars? Soup ladles? Oh, this was an old kitchen. Right, this used to be a prison, so it actually makes sense that that there would be a soup kitchen in here. Okay, let's not get tripped up by where I'm going. Or what about up here? Nice. Love that. Love that for me. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin in Tears of the Kingdom, you managed to get to 99.9% completion on the map, and you couldn't find the last place. But then it turned out that it is a place on the coast of Lurelin Village that, for the sake of avoiding spoilers, does not appear on the map until you complete a side quest in the building site near Terrytown. Ah, I see. So we have lots of things to do. Don't worry, we'll be doing all the side quests, so I'm sure I will have the opportunity to eventually do everything that this game has to offer. Eventually. That was the soup kitchen, so this would be up here. Okay, that's not happening. That's gotta be a... Yeah, I think that's gotta be a... just a different path forward. Open this. hop back down here. Oh, and wait, but you could pick up these. Is there anything in here underneath this? No, not at all. Okay, but Mr. Jason says, but Mr. Coin, you were very pleased when you first defeated Ganondorf. You checked your map and it was around 97% complete. Nice. Yeah, that's always good. I mean, that's just a testament to how thorough you are, Mr. Jason. I hope to be just as thorough before all this is well and truly over. Okay, nothing going on here. We can leave that in the chest. In fact, that doesn't really matter. Aha! Yeah, I knew there was going to be something under this. I just didn't spot it the first time. Let's make sure this is, like, fully pressed down. And, of course, all the rest of them open because we've solved the puzzle. Right? Yeah, no, actually. Cheecham Shrine, Cheatin' Chong. Do. I would actually love to play Wheel of Fortune with friends someday. I would love to be a thing that happens, but I don't have anyone that wants to join my streams, like, in that capacity to make that happen. It's fine. This is an increasingly busy world. Mr. Jason says, in a way, Mr. Coin, you're going to be twice as insane as Mr. Jason when you're done. The initial insanity from mapping all the 1,000 Koroks, and then in your situation, having to locate the last Korok. Yeah. My sibling and I talked about that pretty extensively at New Year's dinner yesterday, and on the car ride on the way there. We got really mad about the Koroks together, which I guess is fine. I get it. They're more upset about the scatological joke than I am, for the record. We're gonna drop that and pick ourselves up a nice spear. This may be one of the final shrines. Let's see if I'm right. There's no way we've missed a shrine. Like, you have to try really hard to miss these. I'm gonna make sure there's not different dialogue in case this is in fact the last one. Oh, rest in peace, Sophia. Rest in peace. Huh. So I know about the heart container from, like, wherever the final shrine is gonna be. Or, make your way to the Temple of Time. There you shall find a suitable effort for your efforts. A suitable reward for your efforts. There we go. I'm glad I paid attention, although I should have paid attention completely, because I missed whatever was said before that final statement. I completely missed on that opportunity to read it. Whatever it was. After visiting every shrine of light, you've reached the innermost area of the final shrine and heard Raru's voice. It seems your efforts will be rewarded at the will be rewarded at the Temple of Time. Oh, well, that's going to be up in sky. Might as well take a quick break to go do that, then. Mr. Jason says, this is not a heart container, Mr. Coin. There's one at Hyrule Castle and 2 more in the depths. Mr. Jason says, I like spears, Mr. Coin. They truly help you to make your point known. I agree. There's a League of Legends quote, or like a joke, I think, is like, or something like to the effect of, here's a tip and my spear behind it. Something like that. Which I thought was absolutely, like, when I heard that as a kid, I thought that was hilarious. Like, you're truly the clapbacks of clapbacks. Mr. Jason says, but this is a fantastic reward nonetheless, Mr. Coin. I look forward to it. We've come a long way. We've explored every shrine. And it's nice to finally get a, you know, a capstone reward for our efforts. And not just, you know, hee, here are these final blessings you get to convert, and that's it. I'm glad there actually is something more to it than that. What we can actually do is cheat. We can actually cheat. Why do this puzzle legitimately when you can do it, you know, illegitimately? And the only thing we need to do is, like, wind back the clock on this. Let me get an appropriate weapon. Oh, is it that chest there? I guess while we're here, we should convert the blessing. You who have conquered the shrines and claimed their lights of blessing, I will get a heart container, please, because that is what we have left. I believe that's everything then, other than, like, Sage's wills. Mr. Jason says you're waiting on a pun to avoid a spoiler. Alright, what do we have here that's worthwhile? This has got to be a piece of armor. Ancient Hero's Aspect. This item is said to contain the spirit of a hero who once saved Hyrule. That hero's aura will envelop the wearer. Following Raru's invitation, you made your way to the Temple of Time. There slept the spirit of the hero said to have once saved Hyrule. What? This is just full body armor. What? Mr. Jason says the prize, Mr. Coin, might even be some plot armor. This looks really cool. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we're all like completely Zonai and stuff. There's definitely some fan art of this lying around somewhere. I like it. I should have used this as the thumbnail if I had known about it. You have news, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason says. Do tell. Mr. Jason says this is the warrior that appeared with Zelda on Breath of the Wild's Calamity Tapestry. That makes sense. It had orange hair. Oh, so like the Calamity Tapestry. It's the one where you had like the, you know, Ganon in the middle with the divine beasts and the guardians encircling it, right? Like that tapestry. And you had Zelda on one side. I'm sorry, it would be this side toward my right. And then Link on the other, or what was depicted to be a, you know, blonde-haired swordsman. Interesting. It had orange hair. So that means the original tale 10,000 years ago wasn't talking about, like, necessarily only Hylians, but quite possibly a Zonite came along somewhere. Or maybe this is just a Zonite replica of that? I'm not sure. Still, this is cool. I like it. And of course, this is just the full set. Is this even upgradable? I need to know. Okay, we're doing a bit of research. Let's go find a fairy, a great fairy, and let's see if my hypothesis of this probably isn't upgradable is correct.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I'll keep navigating to the commercial while this is happening.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feed with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content.
Okay, let me take a quick look at that. You're right. Yeah, I can see it right here. The hero had orange hair right in this depiction, which is really cool, I might add. I think it's neat how that's such a subtle tie-in to, like, the overall plot of the game. Like, between the Wild era games, it's not even funny. That said, I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me so far. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each hour. So in about 4 minutes from now, that there will be a timer that appears above my head. It will last for 3 minutes. I highly encourage everyone to take a break with me as I get up and stretch. You guys should do the same, or grab a snack or a drink or do whatever have you. And I promise you the commercial break will be well and truly over before you have the chance to blink too many times. All right, Great Fairy, you're getting greeted with a strange sight. Your scent, young man, it's a fragrance that's familiar to me. So, you have some clothing you want me to enhance and the necessary materials? Yeah, enhance away. Okay, yes. Wait, what? You can upgrade this? Oh my goodness. Okay. I thought we couldn't upgrade it because of lack of materials. No, because you just couldn't. No, you just can't enhance those items, which makes some amount of sense. Okay. Good to know. Mr. Jason says, now that Tears of the Kingdom is here and we know of this armor set, you do like how Nintendo tied Tears of the Kingdom to Breath of the Wild all of the way back then? I agree. I like it. It's a nice continuity thing. I'm probably not going to wear this armor, for a long period of time, but it is nice to look at. Yeah, I'm really happy with how that turned out. What we're gonna do is we're gonna head over into the next cave, or at least try to make our way there in the meantime. I'm happy we got to see that. I wish I had made a bit of a bigger deal about it, and I sort of knew I knew about where we were in terms of shrines. I just thought we had a couple more. I didn't realize that was going to be the last one, or I would have found a way to make a better thumbnail. But it's a bit too late for that now. Mr. Jason says, with that, you were joking that the word multiverse was in filtered words. Yeah, I don't want to actually filter that out for people. I want people to self-censor if that's what they choose to do. Otherwise, that's about the extent I want that joke, like, going out. It's not that I don't dislike a well-written multiverse. Like, if the whole thing is that there are multiple universes with multiple versions of the same people or whatever, and you write it that way, and it works well, then that's good. That's fantastic. The issue is when you don't write a well-crafted multiverse, and it's just, oh, we want to go back and retcon something. Well, then it's sucky. We can talk more about that after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everyone. I am back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of our commercial break. You know, whether that be getting up and stretching or something else along those lines. I do hope we all got something. And we're going to hopefully try to make this last hour count. Hello. I did not think we were going to be dealing with Gibdos again, but... Well, I mean, it's nice to know that we have a place to farm Gibdos, should we really need to do that. Here's hoping that all the farming we did wasn't in vain, eh? Welcome on in, User 11. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time, Mr. User 11. We are in the midst of... we're in the midst of spelunking caves after unlocking the ancient heroes aspect. We got the last shrine done, and so we were able to go and claim our reward, which was really nice. Mr. Jason says, time truly flies when you're having fun. The last break felt like it was only 5 minutes ago. Also, that was only 5 minutes ago, but you meant the last one. Yes, that is true. We will be concluding at 5:15 p.m. EST instead of 5 p.m. EST as makeup for the porcelain throne incident today. Let me go ahead and actually let's use this. Go from there. User 11 says we're almost at 100%. No, if you mean in terms of like the Koroks, yeah, we're very close. If you mean in terms of like other stuff, presumably I would say we're maybe 70% or 80% of the way done with the game. We still have a lot of stuff we need to do. There's so many enemies we have left to kill, because we get commemorative little trophies for that sort of thing. Just as was the case in Breath of the Wild. Also something I didn't go and do during my time in that game. Which was like collect the medals. I didn't do that there. Another little stain on... in fact, that may even be what the missing, like, missing portions of the game are about for me. But we're getting there, User 11. I like to think we're getting there with this game. Nice. I'm glad. I just kind of picked the wall at random. Mr. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, like you said earlier, you're not having time to balance everything and still watch the live, so you won't be able to see the stream these days. No worries, User 11. Any amount of time that you're here at all is good enough for me. If you're heading out at this point or this juncture, you know, thank you so much for stopping by, dropping in and saying hi. I really appreciate it. I do hope I get to see you again sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. But if I don't get to see you again for whatever reason, you know, I do hope you stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And if you're not leaving yet, no worries there either. Or not leaving quite yet, I should say. But I like how it turned on and then turned off. User 11 says you will be for the next first. You'll be able to send it in chat. See ya. See ya, User 11. Okay. Got like tons of stuff going on in here. Can kind of clean off these surfaces. Mr. Jason's, or I'm sorry, user 11 says, you will be waiting very well. Yeah, spelling indeed. It's fine. You make the effort, and that's the important part. What do we have in here? No worries, user 11. The important thing is the attempt. I always try to read sentences as much as I can. Anyway, you're heading off very well, user 11. See you and take care of yourself out there. Okay, this will just kind of fire on its own, so let's turn that off. Before we, like, damage precious ore. Okay, so what do we have? We have, like... We got the bubble frog in one opening. We got a treasure chest. And, oh, are these inactive hives? They're, like, built into the place. I can't quite tell. Huh. That's interesting. You could go under these for no added effect. Mr. Jason says, let me make sure I've not missed one from you. Oh, Mr. Coin, for your Nintendo Switch, you bought 8 Hori 24 game card case for Nintendo Switch Black. Since the Nintendo Switch 2 still uses the same type of cartridge, you could store your Nintendo Switch 2 games in those. But of course, Mr. Jason isn't going to do that. Mr. Jason is going to buy 8 Hori 24 game card case for Nintendo Switch 2 Black just because it has the Nintendo Switch 2 logo on it. Well, I mean, that's official, like, apparel or accessories, and Nintendo can't get mad about that. Because it's literally their stuff. It would be really upsetting if they're like, we want you to just display your games in the case, please. I'm like, why? You literally make game cases. For precisely the reasons you outlined earlier. I'm not sure what you were expecting. Okay, this has got to be like... interesting. So I think... Oh, we can just... Ooh. It would be really nasty if you could see Gibdo's like, mid-ascent. I know that's not how, like, Zonai, like, teleportation works. But it would be really funny if you could see man-made horrors beyond your comprehension while traveling up through that. Well, the important thing about the game card case is that it works as Nintended, as those might say. I didn't think so.
Sure, Jan.
Mr. Jason says, well, I was going to order them, but the stores where you can collect say only 2 available. Get it delivered within 3 days, sadly. I mean, at least there's stock available, which is more than I could say in, like, some capacities. Okay, what's the... Oh. It's probably so you don't end back up in the sand pit. That's probably what this is right here. Let's see if I'm right. Yes. Okay. So these are spots where you can appear out on the map, and it is safe for you to do so. Okay. Back up to the canyon tower to fly over to these next few caves. Honestly, getting the aspect armor was kind of the highlight of my day. I couldn't be happier. I'm also going to have to start farming money really soon, or I'm not going to be able to buy all these upgrades for the armor sets that we so desperately need to have. That's going to be a lot of hunting. I think that is the best way to acquire money. in Tears of the Kingdom currently is just, it is just sort of, I think making food also makes a fair amount of money, but I'm pretty sure you just buy and sell meat like you do in Breath of the Wild. I could be incorrect on that, though. Just gonna head over, presumably not toward the chasm. I could have instead, like, done this other thing. You can even see where some of these things are, which is really cool. So if I change where I'm going, yeah, look, there's a little divot. I actually like how you can see these, believe it or not. I think that's really cool. I know you could kind of see these things before, but I think there's something unique about being able to see it out in the desert landscape that I think makes it more memorable for me. Mr. Jason says also, Mr. Coin, every single day since the Nintendo Switch 2 launched on the 5th of June 2025, you've been wanting to get 1 or 2 Nintendo Switch 2 dock sets. They finally restocked it last 1 or 2 Nintendo Switch 2 dock set. I want to make sure I read that right. They finally restocked it last month, and you suddenly felt you actually don't feel like you want this now. Also, it doesn't help that it's 92.99 or 92.99 pounds. Yeah, that seems a bit rich for blood. Not gonna lie. Going to do this, and we could probably do this the rest of the way, at least for now. And hopefully it doesn't get too hot. And hopefully it's not hot for long if it does this. Let's glide a little bit more. I'll glide what I can. And I'll trust that our maneuverability will get us the rest of the way there. I'm wanting to save this stamina for where it really matters, which is probably like... Actually, I don't even have to save it for landing. Okay, quickly. There we go. We managed to do the Mario and the dry ruins like shtick, which was really funny for like a split second. South Gerudo Cave. I like how these don't get a fancy name or anything. All right, what do we have in here? Yes, everyone's favorite activity, bomb excavation. They're literally putting the bomb flowers here to do this. Oh, okay, all right. This game has my number. It knows what I like. It knows I like mining, so it's giving me ore. All right, video game. I like what you're putting down. Oh, I really like what you're putting down. I could, if all my caves could be like this, I would be a pretty happy camper. Mr. Jason says you could definitely buy it. You see, Mr. Coin, with your current funds and your Christmas money, if you didn't have other things you actually needed to purchase, you have enough currently for 6 of those items, but it's still a big ask at that price. Yeah, it's just a carrying case. There's really no need to spend that much money. Also, this is our way out if we want to ascend, I suppose. I'm going to assume... Oh, okay, yeah, you need a bomb for that. That's fine. Bingo. Yeah, I wouldn't want my carrying cases to be more than like $30 tops. I just don't think you need a carrying case that's that expensive. You just want the game cards to be held in a relatively safe manner. That's all. And it shouldn't take much money to do that. I miss the old days where stuff like that was cheap or cheaper. now it's like more expensive. Oh, hello, video game. Oh, this is just to get to the other side. What's up, Mr. Jason? There's a big fat O, so I know there's got to be something. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you may have confused things. You've moved on to the actual Nintendo Switch 2 dock set. I was wondering why it was the 1 or 2. You meant strictly 2. That makes some more sense. Yeah, I'm not surprised it's expensive then. I mean, it's still, I think, entirely too much, but... I'm also not entirely sure of what all is contained in the dock set, if anything. It's gotta just be like a design on the dock, right? It can't be any more than that. Oh, and also I was kind of still expounding on like the game card case for a minute. But the dock set being that price is still I could do without that added expense. Thank you very much, video game. Ah! 1. Oh, hang on. Yeah, drop down. Where's the third one? There's one under there. Nope, no, I did not want to do that. Thank you. Let's do this. Bo buddy, I need you out of the way. Gotcha. Bye. Mr. Jason says, includes a Nintendo Switch 2 dock, AC adapter, USB-C charging cable, and an ultra high-speed HDMI cable, and the AC adapter is $24.99 on its own, Mr. Coin. Okay. That explains a little bit more. All right. If it's a dock set, I guess that's, like, fine. I'm going to drop this a second and drop that. We're gonna take the Reaper and leave this well enough alone for a second. Yeah, I suppose that's fine. Things are getting too expensive these days, is what I'm gonna say. Things are getting so expensive. Like, I remember when gym memberships were, like, 14 for like any facility or 20 for any facility instead of being like 30. And when I say 14, 20, and like 30, I mean in US dollars. I hate that everything is just so expensive. I was about to say I definitely should not be like suddenly ascending through to the top of the earth. Don't think that's happened yet. Alright. We've got the skull chest, so... This is a bomb flower. I do not like how close I am for the purposes of dealing with Yunobo. Make that 2 bomb flowers. Better. No bubbles today, Mr. Bubble Frog. Mr. Shiny says, since you don't see sound redeems being active? What the heck? Oh no, I thought the sound... Oh, that's why people weren't using it. Hold on a second. I got you covered, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you. I need to remember what hotkey this is again. Whoopsie doodles. That's gonna be this. It should be this. There you go. They're popping in one at a time by now. I
Sex.
Yes, I could in fact fire up the soundboard. I didn't realize that the soundboard was killed the whole stream. I didn't realize that's what was happening. Glad I fixed that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Mr. Shiny. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, good sir, and I do hope that you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are in the midst of spelunking the caves in Gerudo Canyon. And we completed the last shrine today. So we obtained the Ancient Heroes aspect. I'll put it on to show you. This is a pretty nice piece of armor. Mr. Jason explained the lore tie-in and everything as well. It's a nice reward. I can't wait to see what it's like fully upgraded. Or at the level 2 effect, I should say. Assuming it has one. If not, meh. But the it is nice looking. Mr. Jason says, yeah, you should have clarified earlier, Mr. Coin. You usually discuss something and then go off on a tangent to discuss something entirely different. That's fair. I'm like that sometimes. Mr. Shiny says you're doing fantastic. You just defeated a difficult boss in Hollow Knight. Difficult because there was more than one of them? Duo fights. Those are hard. There's a similar fight in I say similar. It's not similar. There's an infamous duo fight, in Elden Ring called the Godskin Duo, where if you don't kill them at exactly the same time, they come back to life. It's like really gnarly and nasty. Ooh, let me put on the correct armor though. Correct in air quotes. Mr. Jason says it is your suggestion that you feel like Mr. Coin could give Mr. Shiny an additional sex. As thanks for pointing out the issue. I think I could do that.
Sex.
There you go. One from the personal soundboard. Mr. Shiny says it was a duo 3 times in a row. Yes. Indie Souls-like game is difficult. That's going to be obnoxious if I ever play through Hollow Knight for myself on the computer. No doubt. I'm trying to remember whether I have access to the game or I need to go ask my sibling for their copy of the game on the Steam library. I forget exactly how that works out for me, but I see you over there, Mr. Addison. I will deal with you later. We're going to probably have to go and do a round tour looking for Mr. Addison probably sometime soon. Mr. Jason says, also, I'm awaiting the sentence. Mr. Shiny says there are 8 enemies and they reanimate the same way. They reanimate the way you always fight 2 of them at the same time. Makes sense. Are you going to start tipping your hat, Mr. Jason? Is that going to be a thing that you do? I could also tip my hat. I could also wear my hat. If you guys pay the channel points for that, that is. Mr. Jason says, no, I shall tip my tit for tat. Do you want to explain to Mr. Shiny, or do you want me to explain to Mr. Shiny what that whole turn of phrase just was? Mr. Shiny says 8 because Mr. Shiny knows a very subtle way to remove one of them. And that way is using an ever-reliable chandelier. Yes, Hollow Knight's famous boss killer, chandelier. Mr. Jason says, I'll give you the floor this time, Mr. Coin. Okay, Mr. Jason. I'm not going to really explain like the quotes themselves so much, but Mr. Jason has introduced me to Cockney rhyming slang. So Cockney, like Cockney English. Yeah, there's a whole turn of phrase like rabbit and porking is talking. Although I have since learned while I was on the porcelain throne that you just say you're rabbiting when you want to gossip. You don't use the full rhyme. Or you say a jam tart if you're wanting to talk about passing gas. Etc, 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 etc. I can't even talk right because of these godforsaken rhymes. Yeah, they're certainly very interesting turns of phrase. I'll say that. And there was like 2 hours of this. Let's see. Shatter with the Horrible arrow. Come on. There we go. No. Hate that. Do it again. Nice. No, not ice. We want this. I need a spear. That's not going to be effective. There. That's better. Mr. Jason says, with how you had the bow held there with the camera, Mr. Coin, imagine VR TOTK. Oh, no. I'm not going to lie. I would probably not play that in like 1,000 years. You couldn't even ask me to come and possess a human being to do that in death. The Gibdos would freak me out entirely too much. Or the likes for that matter. Being like just ambushed by a like around the corner. Absolutely not. Could not be me. Also, they would definitely put earlier games through VR first. Imagine VR Ocarina of Time, especially toward like the end with, you know, the Gibdos and the Redeads. Mr. Jason says, you wouldn't do that even if you were brown bread? Ah, yes. Yes, even being dead in the Oxford, or in the Cockney rhyming slang, it isn't even simple. Yeah, it's brown bread. It's very interesting, if a bit obnoxious. It is unnecessary to refer to someone as brown bread if they are a corpse. At least in my opinion. Since you've been playing through Hollow Knight, and I assume this is the original Hollow Knight, would I be correct in that, Mr. Shiny? It's not Silk Song, it's the original Hollow Knight. So far, so good. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, it's the original one. Thought so. I forgot what I was gonna say. I completely blanked after the follow-up. What was I gonna say? That bothers me. I had it right on the tip of my tongue, and it just... if it's important, it'll come back to me. Oh, I think I remember, like, the spirit of what I was gonna say. So with Hollow Knight, have you since you've complete, hello, let's, I gotta focus here and not get zip-zapped by bats. Okay, let me do this in one take. in regard to Hollow Knight, and since you've been playing it probably for a decent amount of time, Mr. Shiny, would I be correct in saying that you probably generally like the game? I assume you wouldn't play a game for punishment. You're not me. Not too many people are me. And would play a game just to either for the purposes of like work or like playing out of spite. You know, though, buddy, I need your fat butt literally not here right now. Thank you. That should not... God. Even when he's not rolling around, he manages to be a complete doofus. Mr. Shiny says... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm missing a quote. Hang on. Mr. Jason says you've turned everything that Mr. Coin has known on its head. Not really. You've just told... What you've really just, like, shared with me over 2 hours, Mr. Jason, is that... you know, people are strange creatures that will literally use language in order to do completely different, unrelated things with it. Like, people really have fun with their words, is what I've learned. Mr. Shiny says, yes, it's certainly an enjoyable game. Very balanced when it comes to playability and challenge. Understood. Yeah, Hollow Knight is... It is certainly a game of all time, and it has won a number of accolades over the years. It's the indie company that is behind it works really hard on their product. There's a reason everyone's upset with them, and it's because they're doing really mighty fine work. Is that... No. There's no way that... It's got to be where these statues are pointing more than anything. Okay, let's look for some panels. Oh, also, Mr. Jason, I believe you were the one that said that these caves are kind of their own separate thing. When you say that, do you mean that I need to discover all of them for credit, even though they effectively lead to the same place? Do I have that part right? Okay. That's good. I'm glad I clarified, because I'm thinking in my head, like, wait, but these all lead to the same place. Why is that such a big deal? It's because they won't count on the map. Got it. I've never played Hollow Knight. I've watched people play Hollow Knight, so I kind of know what's up with the game. But I would, in fact, be interested at some point in playing it. Maybe that's the kind of thing I could play, say, perhaps, like, as a shorter, like, game at some point. I don't know if I'd call it palate cleanser, because Hollow Knight has, it's too long for that. It's quite the Metroidvania. Nice job, guys. Mr. Jason says, I'm glad that game is interesting. If it was bland, it would be quite hollow. You're right. It's still kind of stinky that I have to go, like, find all the openings individually. Like, really, really stinky, but it could be worse, I suppose. I'm running out of sledges that are cost effective. I guess it's back to this. I probably don't even have long with that. Is there a weapon lying around somewhere? Mr. Jason says, can confirm that it could be worse. It, in fact, very much could be worse. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, that's one part that shouldn't bug you in the slightest. Yeah. Mr. Jason says you could have designed this little cavern. Yeah, I can imagine so, Mr. Jason. Putting a number of, like, tricks and traps in here. Just nothing but Gibdos nonstop, especially the crawlers. Yeah, I could see you doing that. And then the reward is... You would have to do something beyond put a green rupee in here. I think what you would probably do is find some mix of gemstones and, like, cooked food to put in here. You know what, video game? I will take this. Is there a rock around here I can use? If not, I'll go find an old weapon or something. That'll have to do. Mr. Jason says, Orway the soft lock the character. Oh, no. So I would normally agree with you, Mr. Shiny, except modern convention doesn't really permit soft locks these days. That's like a good way to get like everyone upset at you. No. It's worse. What you want to do is make what is called an anti-soft lock. It is a very elaborate way to set yourself up to die. It's a way to escape the soft lock. And it takes a really long time to come out of. Like, a really long time to come out of it. In some cases with troll levels or, like, trollish contraptions, it's to die. And then sometimes it's, you know, purely a time waster. And you're better off, like, resetting. Okay, so I can see that you can... I think you're intended to drop down into here? How? It's not, like, available through the back side. There's gotta be more to it. And it's gotta be, like... some other opening that I'm missing. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you will put 13 treasure chests as the prize, Mr. Coin. You will put in 3 red rupees, 1 yellow rupee, and 9 green rupees. Yellow? Oh, 10. That's 10. 60. If you meant, no. So 79 rupees? Unless it's like supposed to be a different rupee color. I've not heard of yellow too many times. And usually in the games where I do hear it, it's 10. Where else could this be? There's gotta be a periphery hole that I'm like missing somewhere. Or, oh no, I get it. I get what the game is wanting. Oh my god, this wants me to find the correct hole to fall into for my prize. That's what this wants me to do, and it only took me 10 minutes to figure out. Okay, there it should stay nice and stable. Game. Why are you not letting me out? Oh, I know why you're not letting me out. It's because I don't need to be here. I actually need to come out and find a different hole. Mr. Jason says, good catch, Mr. Coin. You saw through my deliberate mistake. You would put 2 red rupees, 2 yellow rupees, and 9 green rupees. Why not just 3? Oh, I see why. You want like a weird number is what that is. Okay, let me mark that. Remove this. Can I ascend through here? No. But yes, but the best number. Too true. too true. I mean, wait a minute. No. I thought the best number was 687. If you know, you know. I actually have, in regard to the dreaded forbidden number, I've actually heard a story about that. Teachers have started using the number. They have started leaning into this number wholesale. To the point that kids are not saying it anymore. Like it's still kind of common, but in some schools they literally have just started like leaning into like cringe overuse. Okay, I think we'll just do this. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, I don't mean the the crap number." No, I knew what you said, Mr. Jason. I knew you were talking about 69. I was trying to be cute with a 6-7 reference. That's what was going on. It's a fine reference. It's nonsense. It doesn't mean anything. That's the point. It's fine. I've kind of gotten over it. It's just that people start spamming, like purposely decide to spam the number, then we'll be like, don't do that. Or I might start saying, oh, we have 6-7 minutes left in the stream. We have 6-7 jokes left before we've hit 100 again or whatever. What's up, Mr. Jason? Mr. Shiny says, how about 4 silver rupees, 3 blue, and 5 green?
It's just asinine.
Yes, Mr. Shiny. 420 rupees. You could very easily do that. How many chests would you divide it in, though? Dun, 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 dun. Myths abound about armored phantoms that terrorize brave heroes. These greaves look just like the ones they supposedly wore. They're a rather rare find. Nice! Now we just have to discover all of the ancient altar ruins. Can we, like, please not do this whole weird thing? Come on, video game. Oh, also we shouldn't leave anyway because of the bubble frog. I totally forgot about that. Bop! Mr. Jason says there's an amazing streamer that you mod for named Lazy Apples, and they played an Ocarina of Time randomizer, and all that they found was green rupees. Fair. Absolutely fair. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, if you made it, you may or may not have placed a King Gleeok in that cavern. That would have at least been understandable. I can deal with that. Along with the troll chests. The thing that I would, be miffed about is the going through pits to get nothing. Mr. Shiny says, or perhaps 1 gold, 1 silver, 3 blue, and 5 green to make it 10 chests. Fair enough, Mr. Shiny. I like how we were able to do the math on that. See, numbers are fun, people. They don't always have to be the, what is it? Negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. It doesn't always have to be stuff like that. Or, Lie algebras, as they sometimes say. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, with this really fun part, you placed a travel medallion nearby to them. Good idea. Excellent idea, Mr. Jason. I'm going to do that right now and save myself the time. You have been invaluable. You have been absolutely invaluable, good sir. Ah, see, that is much better. I can't believe they made each one of these a cave. Come on, Nintendo. Make this... Don't do that. Make one icon, or you can make 9 icons. That's fine, or however many this is. Actually, how many is this anyway? 5, 6, 12. Like, that's cool. You know, 12 caves is fine. Just make one flag, and when you discover them and it's very apparent they lead to the same place, just make them all pop up. This is obnoxious for no reason. Mr. Shiny says these mounds at the bottom determine where the swirl is. Yeah, like this part is fine. All the actual like the way that the cave is laid out, the way that the geometry is, that's fine. I have zero problem with this. Oh, you're trying to place a tip, or you're trying to mention a tip here. I see what you're doing. So Mr. Shiny then goes on to say, so you can stand on a mound, stamp the location, and find the one that leads to our goal. Right. Like, all of that is fine. And Mark having all the icons pop up after, you know, you've established that this goes to the same place. Let me not do that. Doesn't change, you know, finding the hole that you need to get the bubble frog or whatever. Like, that changes nothing. This is just extra tedium. This is just Nintendo things. Also, in like random Nintendo things that I have learned about, I did some reading on Metroid Prime 4. So there's a desert. Its name is Soul Valley. Spoilers. Sorry, slight spoilers. And I think, although I think people are more familiar with, I think people are more familiar with the whole amiibo scandal or scenario. I think what people maybe are less familiar with is Soul Valley's development. I don't know. I don't know how many people know this, but apparently the whole open world like shtick was something that Nintendo only realized wouldn't work for Metroid Prime, for like the Metroid Prime franchise, when they put it into the game. And the game went through development hell, honestly. Metroid Prime 4 had been in development for what, like 15 long years? Something like that. And its development got restarted like once or even twice. Yeah, I think I'm willing to give, based on what I've seen of Soul Valley, I'm willing to give Nintendo a bit of a pass. I'm also willing to give Metroid Prime 4 a bit of a pass just on the... I'm gonna pick this up and, like, move it. Collect medallion. I'm gonna place this here. Mr. Jason says, while you are not quite on my level, my lump of ice is sometimes good. That's not true, Mr. Jason. Your advice is just fine. Let me put these back into sets. Everyone has good advice for different scenarios. Mr. Jason says, I agree, Mr. Coin, but with one aspect of that game, your miles may still vary. That's true. Although I actually found, like, the most obnoxious thing is that Miles will just, spoiler, like, not major spoiler, but like a mechanical spoiler. Miles will just, like, spit out an explanation after you just got a mechanical explanation for how an item worked. But honestly, he isn't too terribly chatty. Just a little bit too handholdy on occasion. It could be worse. It could be way worse. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Miles, Miles. Oh, Samus, there's a door. You should go through it." Yes. Sometimes it's a bit over the top, but he didn't talk that much compared to, you know, what I was expecting. He mainly chats at you, like, you know, en route somewhere. Other than that, he's actually kind of quiet. He can be kind of quiet. Also, it's not only Miles. Spoiler. Cover your ears if you don't want to hear. Mentioning spoilered item in 3, 2, 1. There you meet other people. Not just Miles. You meet other people. I won't name their names. That's not the important part. But you meet other people, and they can be just as chatty too. More than anything. Mr. Shiny says, "Oh yeah, 12 cave entrances and only one leading to the treasure. What's next? 1,000 of a collectible where only 421 mean something and the rest lead to a big pile of poo?" Exactly, Mr. Jason or Mr. Shiny. Yes, and I've gotten most of those Koroks. Mr. Jason says, "Wow, Mr. Coin, you keep dropping these light spoilers." Indeed, that's the last thing I'll spoil. I don't think that was a super incredible spoiler. It's something that is talked about. This cannot be all the caves there are. And that is correct, because we actually have not made it to the target of the thumbnail. Hooray for that. We're going to go and fix that, like, right now. Because where we're headed next is downstairs. To get these light roots. And we probably have just enough time for that. And then we'll go do other things. Or we'll conclude for the weekend. I'm willing to give Metroid 4 or Metroid Prime 4 as a... Mr. Jason says, "Did you take that Gerudo NPC to the ruins, Mr. Coin?" You can't remember? Oh, you're correct. You're absolutely correct, Mr. Jason. I don't know what I'm thinking. Silly me. We actually can't do it this way. We gotta go, we have to go take her out to, where she needs to go. You're correct. I should have done that. What? I did not mean to click on that. Whoopsie. What was I saying? Right. I'm willing to give Metroid Prime 4 a pass, as a whole. But, like, the mechanical depth of gameplay, feels fine. Or it looks fine, I should say. It looks fine. It's serviceable. It fits the whole, like... I admit it fits the Metroid Prime flavor well enough. Okay, so is our lovely NPC out here? Yes, I believe she is. You're the one who's going to help. Mr. Jason says it's been a long day, eh, Mr. Coin? Yes, too true. You really love the mechanics and Tears of the Kingdom. They really go in depth. I want to return to Hollow Knight for a second. Mr. Shiny, assuming that is still up to talking about it. Is there anything particularly striking about like the aesthetics of Hollow Knight to you? Like, is it sort of a cozy game for you? Mr. Shiny says, on top of that, the sky's the limit for those same mechanics. Too true. You said you'd take me to the ruins with the huge statues facing each other that are in the eastern part of the desert. I told you I'd reward you for your help, right? I wasn't kidding. So please, could you get a sleigh seal for us to travel with? Yep, I sure can. Oh, I'm sorry, Basak. This is my sand seal rental shop. You could rent a sand seal for me here. Sand seals can breeze through the desert with ease and are an essential way to get around. And all my trained ones have been cooped up in the shelter for a while, so they're full of energy and ready to go. Renting a sand seal costs 20, or the sleigh seals are 50. It sounds like a scam, Mr. Coin. Well, you know, I guess their performance will really seal the deal for that one, huh?
Sure, Jan.
Mr. Jason says, you're really taking her for a ride? Too true. Yeah, we will depart through the east gate. But probably have to get off the sand seal. Right? Yes. So we need to go back and talk to you. I see you've prepared a sleigh seal. Prepared a sleigh seal. Good lord. Sark, is it okay for me to hop on? Go right ahead. All right, let's get going to those ruins. Relatively safely if possible. Ready for travel. This is pod racing. So luckily we have a marker that will go right out to where we want to go, and we just need to actually avoid all the sand pits in the meantime. That should be an easy task. Yes, Pokey. Lots of fallen ruins. The last time I wrote on also avoid Moldugas, Mr. Coin. I'm doing my best to do that. Thankfully, we have only bumped into one of them out here in the desert. I know there are probably 3 others. Hey. Mr. Shiny says, this Gerudo waited for quite a while, but I'm sure she will let you slide this time. Mr. Jason says, forget Pepperidge Farm. Mr. Jason remembers. I'm glad that you do, good sir. Truly. Hi. All right, this is your... Hey, stop here. Well, I was gonna dump you right into the pit. It would have truly been the pits, eh?
Sure, Jan.
Mr. Shiny says, anyway, yeah, the scenery and atmosphere is a bit dark, but certainly cozy. Yeah, that's sort of the vibe that Hollow Knight is supposed to give. It's meant to be small creatures in a giant world, and I think it conveys that quite well. And a lot of it is also a subterranean adventure, if I remember correctly, based on what I've watched and seen of Hollow Knight. So it fits. I think it fits. Isn't it? I think it's Team Cherry. I believe that's the name of the development company, or like the game dev company. Yeah, Team Cherry does really good work. Oh, what's up, Mr. Jason? Hey, look at that. Huge statues. Yeah, they're facing each. This is another statue, right? It's fallen over, though. Okay, I'm sure this is the place I was asked to investigate. Mr. Jason says, if the main character in that game was saving up money, would it put it in a nest egg? You're right. Mr. Shiny says also many pieces of lore are well hidden in the world, so I suggest you look out for them. Yeah, I've heard that as well about Hollow Knight, should I ever get up to playing it in any capacity. Sark, now that I'm here, I can really start my investigation. Oh, and of course I have to reward you for your help. I can tell right away that this place will be worth a really thorough look. I've got my work cut out for me. It's already interesting. Rotana said that there was supposed to be the ruins of the 7 heroines here. So where have the other 2 gone? To the ruins, to the ruins, to the ruins. Bringing an old tabletop like joke back here. It's an inside reference. Mr. Jason says, I'm sure Mr. Coin will find all of the lore. It can't be any worse than 1,000 Koroks. Yes, nothing is worse than this. Nothing is worse than hell. Green, sprightly hell. Absolutely nothing is worse than this. I can't remember the last time I had a painful collectathon to complete. You're absolutely correct, Mr. Jason. Mr. Shiny says, I like this little comment. It suggests 2 heroines literally disappeared under the ground. They probably did, given the way that sand pits work in real life. I'm absolutely not surprised. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you have 2 questions. Oh. Let me also check YouTube. Mr. Jason says, number 1, would I make something worse? You have the capacity for it. Number 2, should you make something worse? May I say no here? So my replies to those are yes and no. But I get the feeling my no might not matter in the grand scheme of things. I get the feeling you're about to spill out a secret, since Mr. Shiny has answered your question in a really nice manner. You and Pokey reached some ruins that matched the description you had, so Pokey can begin her investigation. See, she seems overjoyed to have finally reached the ruins. That was some amazing sand seal steering. It's exciting just to remember it. I really hope one day I'll become as good as you. Maybe I should try getting a job at the sand seal rental shop, but this is all said and done. Alright. I'm gonna head into this pit then. Mr. Jason says, BRB, Mr. Coin, you've seen a streamer go live and you need to make a pun? Very well, good sir. We finally made it to the object of today's thumbnail. I hope everyone enjoyed the thumbnail on the YouTube side. I worked really hard on it. I know it's basic, and it's not fancy, but I do hope people like it. And of course, the rest of you guys, assuming you don't go check out the thumbnail later for whatever reason, will totally have the ability to see that over the course of the weekend. I'll try to put that up for you. Yeah, I get the feeling, yeah, Mr. Shiny was absolutely correct. This did, in fact, happen. Going to just, let the game take me where it pleases. Let's try not to fight against the current super duper much. Just kind of be patient. I realize you could probably uh-oh, I better get out of this view really quick. Phew. Can you just... Okay, you cannot. That is fine. Okay. So, I think we need to, like, resist the current somehow. Or, like, fight against the flow of sand. Which we could probably do by, like, kind of gliding through these various areas. Actually, given the time, we probably won't even have the time to do this. So I'm going to slow down a minute and kind of take our time and really admire, like, the area. I think it's really cool that something like this was underneath the statues. Let me do this. And we'll get a spear out. Bye-bye. Yeah, I think it's really cool that something is, you know, that this sort of, like, place is inside, like, these old ruins that only had statues, that only had, like, a surface level meaning in Breath of the Wild. That's one of the things I really like about Tears of the Kingdom, is just they really flesh out these places a lot. Of course, I do wish there were far fewer Koroks. I think I still stand by what I said. And my sibling and I had, like, a rather long, expansive talk about it on the way to New Year's dinner. New Year's Day dinner. And, I still think there are... at least they don't hurt me. Enough of that. Mr. Jason says, "You're back, Mr. Coin." Welcome back, Mr. Jason. You saw a streamer with a B-themed name, and you wanted to go say, "As soon as I saw you go live, I made a beeline to the stream to say hi." But I came back as I saw a person where, as the streamer that you saw last time, was a BVTuber, and so you weren't sure if it was the same streamer. Fair. Ooh. A new hand touches the bubble gem, as they say.
Sure, Jan.
Mr. Jason says, "You really burst that bubble frog's bubble." Too true. Yeah, we probably do need to go find Colton. Please tell me, Colton, can we find that side quest anywhere? Is that... that feels like a side adventure to me. That is a monstrous collection. That is Kilton. Okay. It's nice that we have this. However, I do not know where Colton will be, except, like, out at night. So let's go make it nighttime, and we'll... I'm sure I did get the quest. It's possible that I didn't, it's possible that... Actually, let me just look again. Let me look again, rather than trying to remember something I clearly don't remember. Let's see if I'm right. I feel like there's more to that place than what we just did, but I need to know this. I want to end on a good capstone. Okay, let me look again. Messages from an ancient era. Potential princess sightings. Travel medallion. Oh, we need to do that too, now that I think on it. And continue looking. I guess I didn't get that quest. You say it's near a stable? let me, well, it actually is nighttime already. So let's try going up into sky and see if I can't see it. His balloon should be around somewhere. Do you have any particular stable that you would suggest, Mr. Jason? Are you thinking like maybe one of the ones in Hyrule Field? You can't remember the exact one. Okay. It sounds like I should probably try to find it, and like fast. Let's see, that is the Dig Dog Suspension Bridge. Let me try looking around Hyrule Field. It has a lake and a cave near it. Oh. But wait, that should be... We already talked to him. He should just be moving around. I believe you. Okay. Let me take a look. I know which cave you're referring to. Because we talked to him. We exchanged like half the bubble gems and everything. And we were told that he would kind of be wandering around Hyrule. It's this cave right here, the Pico Pond Cave. Let's go there. If it's not there, then it is possible he could be near Lookout Landing. I'm willing to push the stream a bit to like get this done. It's definitely odd that you didn't get the quest. Yeah, I'll say, because I talked to him over and over, and he said, well, you have to get all the remaining bubble gems. Like I got all that dialogue. I must have just missed a piece of dialogue to get like an actual quest. Yes, I know. Everyone and their mother wants me dead already. I'm very keenly aware. Mr. Shiny says you usually go to Snowfield Stable at night. I will try looking around there as well. Yeah, so would have been this. And then Colton Brothers would have been... Kilton and Colton would have been out here. So let's try Snowfield Stable, which is over... not there. Snowfield Stable is... here. Let's try that. Mr. Jason says it's a cool place to visit, Mr. Shiny. It is. It is. Yes, I sort of knew it was going to be cold video game. All right. Let's try to look for like a balloon. It's got to be out here somewhere. Here it is. I see it. I see it. It's literally right there. In fact, we have like the snowshoes, right? Let's see. Where's that? That is here. In fact, why don't we just wear like a completely different, like, a completely different suit? There we go. Perfect. I'm not trying to be stealthy in the first place. Mr. Jason says he gave me the quest at that point. That's what confused you, Mr. Coin? Yeah. Like, I definitely should have gotten one and just didn't. Maybe it was because I never found Colton's balloon to talk to him, like, afterwards. Like, I never actually found him out in the field. Good evening, traveler. Foul weather can't foul my mood when I'm on my way to becoming a Satori. I can sense the presence of 0 bubble frogs. I don't believe it. You collected each and every bubble gem? Traveler, you didn't do that just for me, did you? I sure did. Here you go. I'm happy beyond all happiness. At last, the dream I've dreamed for so many years. No time to lose. Down the hatch. At least said quest will appear and then autocomplete. Oh. Something's happening. Something strange, uncomfortable, and different from before. Mr. Shiny says the quest gets completed the moment you find him on the field for the first time. Yep. I should have talked to him out in the field is what should have happened. This is it. I am finally turning into a Satori. I don't think that's happening, buddy. Sadly, I don't have any treasure left to give you, but I must reward you somehow. So please accept this item I made myself. Tough fabric bearing a Satori design, handmade by Colton. It looks like it could be used to make a paraglider. Mr. Jason says, Colton is like a scarecrow, Mr. Coin. He's outstanding in his field. Yes, too true. Mr. Shiny says one of your favorite fabrics. I suggest you suggest I try it. I will endeavor to put that on during the Monday stream. How's that sound? If you wouldn't mind, please show this to Kilton and give him my best. Traveler, thank you so very much for joining me as I chased my dream. You've helped me get this far. No matter the outcome, I have no regrets. None. I look forward to meeting you again somewhere and in some form. Take care. Wait, but he just turns into a bloopy. What? He just turns into a bloopy. What? Oh my god, our little guy is all grown up. Mr. Jason says, wow, cliffhangers, but thank you for the stream, Mr. Coin. No problem. That's pretty funny. We at least completed that. Now, do we get a quest for this? Mr. Jason, Mr. Coin, for Monday, we should check out the top of Satori Mountain. Yeah, he's probably gonna be there, huh? Or maybe at least in some form be there. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll make a note to do that, along with whatever else we're probably gonna be doing, which should be a lot of cleanup. We may or may not be ready to tackle the light... Well, okay. We're gonna tackle the light routes Monday. And then after that, we may go into, we may stop by Lookout Landing and just test and see if we're gonna, trigger a prompt. Mr. Shiny says if it didn't pop out now, it's certainly completed. No need to worry about it. I'll look for it during, like, the weekend. We're gonna go ahead and make a save here. My lovely senators and inductees, you guys have been awesome. Thank you so much for putting up with, you know, snafus and you know, post-stream shindigs and or, you know, not being able to extend stream if I need to do that. Thank you for putting up with all that. I know my schedule's been unstable the past couple of weeks, but I'm hoping that it evens out this month. I really do. We'll be back on Monday. I can't believe it's been 90 episodes, and we still have so much left to do. What's up, Mr. Jason? While I'm, like, spitting out the outro here. Mr. Jason says the said quest is the hunt for bubble gems. Sure, we can check that. And it's a side quest, right? I should probably, like, sort through these one at a time and we'll find it. I wish this had, like, a search feature. But yeah, like, we're starting to wrap things up, but we still got some amount of game to play yet. We're not completely done. I'm not even looking through this. Let me go back to where this was. Might as well look for this for while I'm here. The hunt for bubble gems. This almost feels like a... Oh. Oh, no, that's just telling me what my objective is. Hold on. The hunt for bubble gems. Yeah, this was a side adventure. We already completed it. You gave Colton a bubble gem, right? Colton has taken his stall and set out on a journey to collect bubble gems in hopes of fulfilling his dream to become a Satori. Yeah, this was already done. This apparently was to mark the halfway point. I never got a quest to do anything else, but I am glad that it is done. It's possible the Switch 2 version has that as a quest, or like marks that specific portion as a quest, and in which case that's completely understandable. You know, have a nice day. But yeah, I'm glad that this is all said and done. Mr. Shiny says it doesn't. Okay. Mr. Jason says you did that on Switch 1? Yeah? Quests stay the same, Mr. Shiny says? Okay, well then they just don't tell you. Like, I guess they kind of assume that you bugger off after halfway because Colton is no longer selling you anything. So you no longer have a reason to go and find him. Question mark? And we kind of just did this out of the kindness of our hearts. It's fine. We watched him turn into an anticlimactic bloopy. Is what happened. Anyway, we will be wrapping up, hopefully, a ton more side quests and activities over the course of the week, over the course of Monday moving forward. My lovely senators and inductees, my name is Coin. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Thank you to Mr. Jason and Mr. Shiny for being here, as well as everyone else who's been lurking or, you know, otherwise playing something and playing along at the same time. You guys have been wonderful. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. You guys know the algorithmic stuff to do. All of the algorithmic stuff. You're welcome amidst any of my hallowed halls, which you will find in my link tree. In where the social links are on Twitch, or underneath the video player, or at the bottom of the description on YouTube. Please feel free to click any and all of those. Do have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Tension says, hope you have a good weekend, Mr. Coin. God bless. Thank you, Mr. Tension. God bless you as well. Yeah, I hope everyone has a good weekend. And with that, I'll see you guys next time. And with that, Mr. Jason says, if you had a Christmas tree with decorations of the main character of these games, would that be a link tree? Bye. Go ahead and count that. And take care and see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.